Chapter 1779. It turned out that when the wind blew, Pihu had been blown onto a tree branch. Because he couldn't move, he was hung on the branch. Luckily, the tree was big enough to support coarse cloth. Moreover, the fire on his pants had already been extinguished. Otherwise, he would have been burned to death. However, he wasn't any better. The fire had burned through his pants, immediately exposing his buttocks. There were still many burn marks on his legs. Some were green, some were red, and the most serious ones already had blisters. Pihu moved his body with difficulty. Looking at everyone, he roared, "You bastards! Why aren't you coming to save Lao Tzu?" Because it was far away. When it reached everyone's ears, they were confused. However, they roughly understood what Pihu was saying. It was nothing more than saving a life. Jin Kai threw down the notebook in his hand and ran towards the tree. Peng Shui also hurriedly followed behind. If something really happened, the two of them wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. After all, they were the leaders. Right now, they didn't dare to be careless. Seeing their senior brother run over, the others didn't dare to delay. They all rushed over. The tree was still some distance away from everyone. Fortunately, they were still worried about coarse cloth and Pihu, so they didn't dare to stop. After about an incense stick's worth of time, they finally arrived under the tree. However, everyone was already panting from exhaustion. Looking at everyone under the tree, the anger in Pihu's heart involuntarily rose. "You bastards! Lao Tzu is about to die because of you. Hurry up and save Lao Tzu. Otherwise, Lao Tzu will definitely report you to the dean." He mercilessly scolded, not caring about everyone's face. Peng Shui's face was somewhat unsightly. He panted heavily, his face red. Both hands on his knees, he raised his head. "Pihu, you mother****. Lao Tzu didn't force you to go to heaven. It was you who wanted to play. Why are you blaming Lao Tzu now? Wanted to play?" Pihu's eyes widened. If he wasn't tied up right now, he would definitely give this guy a good beating. "You bastard, it was you who threatened Lao Tzu. Now it's Lao Tzu who wanted to play?" Pihu's mouth was unforgiving as he glared and scolded. Hearing this, Peng Shui was immediately enraged. He stood up and pointed at Pihu, cursing, "You mother****. You still dare to curse Lao Tzu? I'm giving you face, or do you want to die?" After saying that, he prepared to climb up the tree and beat up Naughty Monkey. Seeing that his posture was not right, the people beside him hurriedly stopped him. Pihu immediately felt a bit weak. He timidly said, "I won't scold you anymore. Can you find someone to put me down first?" "Humph. Let you go?" Peng Shui snorted coldly and leaned against the tree, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, Jin Kai, who was beside him, hurriedly advised, "Peng Shui, it's better to find someone to put Pai Ji down. Otherwise, if something happens, we won't be able to explain it to the dean and teacher. You know their temper." Hearing this, Peng Shui frowned, obviously thinking about something. After a while, he turned to look at Pihu with a teasing smile on his face. "Pihu, it's not impossible to let Lao Tzu put you down, but you'll have to pour night incense for Lao Tzu every night." "Peng Shui, this isn't too good." Jin Kai looked at Peng Shui, looking like a good guy. "Senior brother, you don't understand. This is to teach this guy a lesson. Who asked him to curse me just now?" Peng Shui patted Jin Kai's shoulder, indicating that it was fine. Then he looked at Pihu, his teasing smile even more obvious. "Pihu, how about it? If you agree, Lao Tzu will put you down right now." Pihu's brows were almost knitted together. His expression was ugly, and he wanted to say something, but stopped. Peng Shui's request was too polite. However, if he did not agree, based on his prestige, the other students would not dare to put him down. Could it be that he had to stay here forever? He was a bit hesitant. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision. "All right, I agree. Hurry up." Peng Shui nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at Little Hao behind him and ordered, "Little Hao, you go up." "Ah, me?" Little Hao exclaimed and pointed at himself. His expression was a bit ugly. "Can you let someone else go? I'm afraid of heights." Stop talking nonsense. Brother Peng asked you to go, so go. A student behind pushed Little Hao, his words sharp. Little Hao slowly stood out from the crowd and looked at Peng Shui timidly. Seeing that the latter was unmoved, he then obediently prepared to climb up the tree. Little Hao, hurry up. Lao Tzu can't take it anymore. Pihu lowered his head, looked at Little Hao and kept urging him. Hearing that, Little Hao quickened his pace. Using both his hands and feet, he worked hard to climb up. Everyone formed a circle under the tree, looking up at Little Hao. This scene was like watching a monkey. At this moment, a scolding voice came from not far away. What are you guys doing? Hearing that, Peng Shui was enraged. Who the hell was ruining Lao Tzu's fun? Just as he was about to curse, he turned around and saw Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun staring at him. Instantly, he lost his previous elegance and smiled softly. Respected teachers, why are you here? Chapter 1780. Everyone turned around. When they saw Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun, they quickly lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong. Xiao Hao, who was on the tree, was also attracted by the sound. He turned his head and was so shocked that he couldn't help but let go of his hands. He immediately fell on his butt. Ouch, my butt! Xiao Hao's eyes were half closed. His face was a little ferocious. He touched his butt and screamed in pain. His screams attracted Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun's attention. They pushed the people in front of them and said, "Move aside." What happened inside? No one dared to disobey and made way for the two of them. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun walked under the tree and saw Xiao Hao lying on the ground and screaming. What's going on? Ma Zhou pointed at Xiao Hao and questioned the crowd. He had asked this group of brats to move the equipment. After waiting for a long time, not only did the equipment not return, but the people were also gone. So he and Hao Chujun decided to come out and look for them. Then they saw this scene. Jin Kai walked out from the crowd and said respectfully, "Teacher, this..." "Wait." Ma Zhou reached out and interrupted him. He walked around Jin Kai twice and touched his chin with his palm. He was puzzled and asked, "Why don't I remember having a disciple like you? What's your name?" Hao Chujun nodded and echoed, "That's right. We don't have a disciple as black as you." "Teacher, I'm Jin Kai." Jin Kai pointed at himself. After that, he used his hand to rub his face hard, trying to erase the traces on his face. Jin Kai? Ma Zhou widened his eyes in disbelief, because in his impression, Jin Kai was a fair and clean man. How did he become so black? He looked as if he had just come back from digging coal. "You said you're Jin Kai?" Hao Chujun pointed at Jin Kai. His eyes were full of disbelief, but the latter kept nodding. This made his confidence waver. "Since you said you're Jin Kai, prove it." They all know." Jin Kai pointed at the crowd and hurriedly proved himself. Then, he pointed at the students who started the fire with him. "Just now, my face was black because of the fire. These people are the same." Everyone nodded and admitted that Jin Kai was telling the truth. Seeing this, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun temporarily admitted that the black-faced man was Jin Kai. Ma Zhou didn't have the time to care so much. He casually waved his hand and said, "All right, tell me what's going on now. Why did you take so long to get the equipment? And they're all crowding around the tree?" Jin Kai lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. "Master, it's like this. At first, there was no problem with us taking the experimental equipment, but Peng Shui said he wanted to do an experiment, so we used the materials you left behind for the experiment. We even tied Pai Ji to it." "What? You dare to experiment on living people?" Ma Zhou's eyes widened, and his body trembled as he pointed at the crowd. At first, he didn't hear anything in the beginning, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Using experimental equipment for experiments? Just how much guts did he have? Lao Tzu had just used the experimental equipment left behind by their mentor, and now it was being used by these bastards again. And most importantly, these guys actually dared to experiment on living people? One had to know that before his teacher left, he had repeatedly warned him not to use living people for experiments. These bastards. "Where's Pai Ji now?" Hao Chujun panted heavily, and his eyes were red as he said fiercely, He was also very angry, and now he wanted to give these guys a good beating. He asked this guy to take something, but not only did he not take it back, but he also caused a lot of trouble. Jin Kai lowered his head and pointed at the tree branch. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun looked at each other, a little confused, but they still looked in the direction Jin Kai pointed. In the end, they saw Pai Ji hanging on the tree branch, panting heavily, as if he was dying. This. Ma Zhou's body trembled even more. He tried hard to turn around, and his eyes were red as he stared at the crowd. Why did you put Pai Ji on the tree? Seeing this, Hao Chujun quickly helped Ma Zhou up and glared at the crowd. Master, we didn't do it. It was the wind. Jin Kai lowered his head and said timidly, I don't care who put Pai Ji on the tree. Put him down now. Hao Chujun's eyes were red as he pointed at the crowd and shouted angrily. Hearing this, Peng Shui quickly used his elbow to poke a man beside him, indicating for him to go up the tree and save Pai Ji. The man stole a glance at Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun, but he didn't waste any time. He knew that he couldn't bear the pressure from the two teachers. He quickly walked to the bottom of the tree and used both his hands and feet to climb up the tree in no time. At this moment, Pai Ji was panting on the tree branch. His eyes were half closed as if he was asleep, but he knew that was not the case. He should have fainted. Pai Ji, wake up. He gently pushed Pai Ji, trying to wake him up. Pai Ji shook his dizzy head and slowly woke up. His face instantly turned ugly as he stared at the person who came. Shui Huan, you bastard. You still know how to save Lao Tzu? Do you want to see Lao Tzu die before you are satisfied? Chapter 1781. Shui Huan lowered his head, feeling wronged, and said softly, Pihu, lower your voice. Master and the others are watching below. Hearing this, Pihu glanced below the tree and saw Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun glaring at him. He quivered in fright and quickly shut his mouth. Pihu, don't move. I'll save you now. Shui Huan whispered in Pihu's ear, and then began to untie the ropes on the latter's body. It was unknown which bastard tied the ropes, but every one of them was tied to the flesh. Shui Huan finally untied the ropes after using all his strength. In the end, Pihu seemed to be a bit impatient. Once the ropes were released, he struggled to break free. The tree branch was suddenly broken, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ah! My waist! Pihu was half lying on the ground with his hands on his waist. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain, and his expression was sinister. Seeing this, Ma Zhou quickly went up, squatted down, and asked with concern, Pai Ji, how are you? However, Pihu seemed to not have heard him, and was still moaning on the ground. This made Ma Zhou very anxious. He turned around and glanced at the dazed crowd, and angrily rebuked, What are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and send Pai Ji to the infirmary. Everyone suddenly understood, and all of them rushed up, preparing to take Pihu away. Most of them wanted to escape punishment, because they knew that after today's incident, their masters would not let them go. Now was the best time to escape. However, what they could think of, Ma Zhou could naturally think of as well. His face was gloomy, and he coldly snorted, Wait, 2 people are enough. Peng Shui and Jin Kai stay. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other embarrassedly. Peng Shui passed the leather monkey in his hand to the other students, and Jin Kai also retracted his step. They all turned around and lined up in a row, quietly waiting for the 2 teachers to reprimand them. You guys are really good. Which bastard came up with this rotten idea? Ma Zhou pointed at everyone, and his face became the color of pig liver. It seemed that he was quite angry. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at each other. In the end, they all looked at Peng Shui. Peng Shui looked at Jin Kai because he had planned to make Jin Kai the scapegoat from the very beginning. There was no other reason than Jin Kai was Ma Zhou's favorite disciple. Seeing this, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun more or less understood that this matter should be instigated by Peng Shui and Jin Kai. Peng Shui could still understand. His father was a second-rank official in the imperial court, so it was not strange for him to lead such a matter. However, Jin Kai was a famous student in the academy. He was excellent in both moral and academic performance. Ma Zhou couldn't believe it, but he didn't have any evidence, so he continued to berate, "What do you mean by this? Who is the mastermind?" As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Peng Shui, hoping that Peng Shui would take the initiative to admit it so that the other students would not be implicated. In the end, this guy was still stubborn. He kept looking at Jin Kai as if to say that this was all done by Jin Kai and had nothing to do with him. The others also kept quiet. They all knew that the mastermind was Peng Shui, and everyone was implicated. However, his father was a second-rank official, so who would dare to report him? Seeing that there was no effect, Hao Chujun became impatient. He walked in front of Jin Kai and said earnestly, "Jin Kai, you have always been the disciple that we valued the most. Now that something like this has happened, you tell us, who is the instigator? Also, did you participate in it?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Jin Kai, afraid that he would say their names. Especially Peng Shui. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were about to burst into flames. He stared at Jin Kai, hoping that this guy would not report him. Jin Kai was actually in a difficult position. If he reported Peng Shui, his father was a second-rank official. Not only would his career be difficult, but it would also be difficult for him to stay in the academy. If he didn't report him, his teachers would definitely be disappointed in him. He glanced at everyone who was looking at him with hopeful gazes, and then looked at Peng Shui. He was very conflicted, but in the end he made up his mind. He took a step forward and said seriously, "My two teachers, everyone here is the mastermind behind this matter, and they are all responsible, including myself. Please punish me." Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Jin Kai, because they had not expected him to say this. Those students who did not participate in the mastermind had already cursed Jin Kai's 18 generations of ancestors in their hearts. They were only following Peng Shui's instructions, so how did this guy become the mastermind? And Peng Shui could be said to be the one who benefited the most. Not only was he the mastermind behind the entire matter, he had also threatened Pihu, so he should receive the heaviest punishment. In the end, when it came out of Jin Kai's mouth, it was as if he had been erased, just like everyone else. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun were a little dumbfounded. They had thought that Jin Kai would report Peng Shui and explain everything clearly. Who would have thought that not only did this guy not report anyone, he even took responsibility for himself. Chapter 1782. Motherf ****. Was this supposed to be fair? Fair and impartial? Or was this guy involved from the beginning? Was his appearance as a good student a disguise? Jin Kai, are you sure you are the mastermind in this matter? Ma Zhou looked at Jin Kai suspiciously. He could not believe that he had misjudged him. How could a good student make such a mistake? Jin Kai glanced at the crowd and nodded heavily, indicating that he was right. Seeing this, Ma Zhou could not suppress the anger in his heart. He pointed at Jin Kai and scolded, "You bastard, to think that we valued you so much. Now, you almost killed someone. What should we do with you?" "Yes, we thought this matter had nothing to do with you. In the end, Sai, you really let us down." Seeing that everything was confirmed, Hao Chujun rushed forward and pointed at Jin Kai's nose and scolded him. Jin Kai was like a wrong child. He lowered his head and remained silent, listening to the teachings of his two respected teachers. The crowd looked at Jin Kai gloatingly. They covered their mouths and laughed. Jin Kai had just reported them, and now he was being scolded by his two respected teachers. It would be strange if they were not happy. There were even a few who laughed out loud. Ma Zhou seemed to have heard something and turned around abruptly. In the end, he saw those fellows giggling. He was instantly enraged. Motherf ****, I am reprimanding my disciple and you still dare to laugh? He stared at the crowd and spat. "You bastards still have the face to laugh? If it were not for you, would Pai Ji be hanging on the tree? If it were not for you, would the director's experimental equipment be damaged? That's right, I really don't know where you get the face to laugh at others. Do you think you can act like a tyrant just because your family is rich? Let me tell you, in the academy you are nothing." Hao Chujun also turned around and pointed at the crowd. His words were merciless. Everyone knew the severity of the matter. They lowered their heads tightly and did not dare to speak. After about the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the two of them were almost done scolding. They glanced at the crowd and said impatiently, "Today, go fill the canteen with water, then take the dung to water the flowers and plants. Finally, find a place to buy the damaged experimental equipment. If these 3 tasks are not completed, you are not allowed to eat today." As his voice fell, everyone's expression became more and more unsightly. They were all pampered young masters. When had they ever done such menial work? Carrying water? Carrying dung? He still had to buy experimental equipment? Who the hell knew where these experimental equipment were sold? "Teachers, can you finish it tomorrow?" Peng Shui smiled until his face was full of wrinkles. He put on a fawning look. His family was rich. If he went out and called a servant over today, he wouldn't have to do it himself tomorrow. Just thinking about it made him happy. "I see." Ma Zhou frowned as if he had thought of something. A scheming smile appeared on his face. "Then let's add one more thing. Pull out all the weeds on the field. If you don't finish it, you're not allowed to eat today." Everyone's expression changed as they cried out in alarm. They had originally thought that if Peng Shui made a request, their teachers might be lenient. In the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. Not only did his punishment not lessen, it even increased. What the F***ck? They wanted to cry but had no tears. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun looked at each other and revealed a smile that was hard to understand. They patted their butts and turned to leave. "What do we do now?" Shui Huan asked the crowd blankly. "What else can we do? Let's go pick up the dung." Someone casually replied, causing everyone's mood to fall to the bottom again. They looked at each other and helplessly walked back to the academy. At the same time, in White Deer College, Zhang Feng had just returned to the academy and was about to go to his residence to have a good rest. However, he was stopped by a voice. "Feng Zi, wait." He turned around and glanced. The person who had come was none other than the old scholar. It turned out that he still had a knot in his heart because of the incident when Zhang Feng went to Jiangnan. However, the 4 old men were there and he couldn't open his heart. Now that Zhang Feng was alone, he could talk about it. "Old scholar, what are you doing here?" Zhang Feng asked curiously. Turned out that it was class time. Normally, the old scholar should be in class. "I just came out to relieve myself and saw you. I have something to tell you. Come sit." The old scholar smiled and pointed to a stone stool beside him, indicating for him to sit. After the two of them sat down, Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and handed it to the old elementary scholar. He took out a lighter and lit it for the old elementary scholar. Then he took out another cigarette and lit it for himself. He slowly exhaled the smoke and said, "Old elementary scholar, what do you want to talk to me about?" The old scholar took a deep breath and said with satisfaction, "Feng Zi, last time, you Shernan and the other old men and I asked you if you wanted to go to Jiangnan. From your words and actions, I knew that you had to go. Although I don't want you to go, I know that I can't stop you. Therefore, I came to tell you about the dangers of Jiangnan." Chapter 1783. He had always regarded Zhang Feng as his own nephew. Therefore, this trip to Jiangnan was of great importance to him. "Go ahead." Zhang Feng tried his best to assume a serious listening posture. He was going to impart knowledge of Jiangnan to him. The old scholar took a deep puff of his cigarette and slowly said, "Ever since Uncle Tai and Zhongyong moved to Jiangnan, a large number of people from the north began to move south. Today, there is a gap between the population of the north and the south. Later, during the period of the 3 kingdoms, the kingdom of Wu occupied Jiangnan and began to prosper. They introduced many excellent agricultural varieties, such as millet, wheat, rice, hemp, sorghum, taro, and so on. Later, after successive dynasties improved production techniques and the superior natural conditions of Jiangnan, it is now considered the richest area in the country." Zhang Feng nodded thoughtfully. He really did not know about these things. The old scholar took another puff of his cigarette and held it between his 2 fingers. He continued, "In fact, these things are nothing. After all, these things can only be used to fill the stomach. The most important things are ceramics, sculptures, and colored glaze. Because of these things, many rich businessmen in Jiangnan are happy to do business in Jiangnan. This is also the reason why the clans are so powerful. Most of the money in the world is gathered in Jiangnan. The rich businessmen have no choice but to go to Jiangnan to discuss cooperation. This, Zhang Feng frowned and took a deep puff of his cigarette. He asked, "Then why is it that no one has broken this law?" "Broken?" The old scholar laughed subconsciously. "The rich businessmen can make money and the clans can stabilize their position. Who would want to break this law? Besides, most of these technologies are in the hands of the clans. Usually, no one dares to go against them, but what?" Zhang Feng asked subconsciously. "But you have a chance." The old scholar put the cigarette in his mouth and revealed a meaningful smile. Zhang Feng frowned. His mind was spinning fast. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. "You mean perfume? Not bad." The old scholar took the cigarette out of his mouth and smiled. "You really have a good brain. Just think about it. Ceramics, sculptures, glass, and other things have always occupied a large market in Jiangnan. If your perfume were to suddenly appear on the market, it would certainly cause a wave of reaction. At that time, the economic market in Jiangnan might change. However, the specific operation depends on you." Zhang Feng put the cigarette in his mouth and fell into deep thought. Indeed, almost all of the economy in Jiangnan was in the hands of the 5 families and 7 families. It was not easy to get a share of the profits. However, the bigger the family, the more conflicts there were. These guys might be fierce tigers in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, they were just insignificant insects. "Thanks a lot. I'll remember that." Zhang Feng clasped his hands at the old elementary scholar to express his gratitude. "Hey, why are we still talking about this between us?" The old scholar waved his hand dismissively. Just as he finished speaking, a burst of brisk footsteps could be heard. Jing Shu and Zhang Yuyao came over. "Jing Shu, Yuyao, why are you here?" Zhang Feng asked in confusion. "Sir, young master, we were just taking a stroll around here. When we saw you, we came over to greet you." The 2 girls bowed to the old scholar and Zhang Feng in unison and said slowly. In fact, they had been wandering around and did not come forward when they saw Zhang Feng and the old scholar talking. Now that the 2 were almost done talking, they came forward. "Young master, we just heard you and Sir talking about Jiangnan. Did something happen in Jiangnan?" Jing Shu looked at Zhang Feng and asked curiously. The 2 of them had overheard some of the conversation, but they couldn't hear it clearly, so they decided to ask. Zhang Feng waved his hand and replied casually, "Nothing. I just decided to go to Jiangnan." Hearing this, the 2 girls' hearts skipped a beat. Young master was going to Jiangnan? Was he going to find Yu? Apart from this possibility, they could not think of any other. If this was true, their status would be threatened. The 2 girls looked at each other as if they were communicating something. Then they nodded in unison. "Young master, sir, we have something to do, so we'll take our leave." Jing Shu bowed to Zhang Feng and the old scholar, then left with Zhang Yuyao. Zhang Feng was a little confused. Why did they leave after saying a few words? "Old scholar, what are they doing?" He looked at the old scholar and was a little confused. "How would I know? Why don't you ask them?" The old scholar took a deep puff of his cigarette and did not care. Then, he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Come, let's continue talking about your trip to Jiangnan." Zhang Feng nodded and glanced at the backs of the 2 girls, then slowly sat down. Looking back, the 2 girls did not stop walking after saying goodbye to Zhang Feng and went straight to their residence. Their hearts were pounding. Finally, they arrived at their residence after a while. "Sister Jing Shu, close the door," Zhang Yuyao said to Jing Shu behind her as she entered the house first. Chapter 1784. Jing Shu nodded and locked the door. Then, she turned around and sat on the bed. She looked at Zhang Yuyao, who was beside her. She looked a little nervous. "Sister Yuyao, did you hear what they said just now? What do you think?" Zhang Yuyao clenched her fists and tugged at the corner of her clothes. "Sister Jing Shu, I don't know either. Do you think Prince Zhang is going to Jiangnan for Yu? Jing Shu's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She thought so too. However, when she heard it from Zhang Yuyao, she couldn't help but feel nervous again. Yes, what if Prince Zhang went to Yuyao? Wouldn't she and her sister be left behind? Would Prince Zhang abandon her? Probably not. Prince Zhang wasn't that kind of person. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flooded her mind. Well, I don't know, but it's possible. She answered carefully. Although she didn't want to admit it, facts spoke louder than words. Then what should we do? Zhang Yuyao stood up abruptly. Her face was a little pale. She began to walk in small steps in the room. As she walked, she muttered under her breath. Prince Zhang is going to Jiangnan? What should we do? What if he goes to Yuyao? Seeing this, Jingshu stood up and grabbed Zhang Yuyao. She comforted her. Sister Yuyao, don't be nervous. Let's think of a way together. Although men in this era could have 3 wives and 4 concubines, which woman would give the man she liked to another woman? No one would, including the 2 of them. Zhang Yuyao glanced at Jingshu. She slowly calmed down. She held Jingshu's hand and asked anxiously, Sister Jingshu, do you have any ideas? Or don't let Prince Zhang go to Jiangnan. Jingshu waved her hand helplessly. It's impossible to stop Prince Zhang from going to Jiangnan. Didn't you hear what Master said just now? If even he couldn't persuade Prince Zhang, who else can? Then what should we do? Zhang Yuyao sat on the bed, feeling a little weak. Jingshu supported her chin with her hand, as if she was thinking about something. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Zhang Yuyao and said with a smile, Big Sister Yuyao, since we can't persuade Prince Zhang, why don't we go with Prince Zhang? Sure, Zhang Yuyao exclaimed and stood up from the bed. But in the next second, she put on a disappointed expression. What if Prince Zhang doesn't agree? Jingshu held Zhang Yuyao's hand and smiled. No, as long as we talk to Prince Zhang properly, it will definitely work. Okay, then let's talk together. Zhang Yuyao nodded. After saying that, she prepared to open the door and look for Zhang Feng. However, as soon as the door opened, a sturdy chest bumped into Zhang Yuyao. Zhang Yuyao retreated. Fortunately, Jingshu supported her from behind. Otherwise, she might have fallen. Zhang Yuyao was a little angry. She suddenly raised her head and opened her beautiful eyes. Just as she was about to argue with the other party, a handsome face came into view. It was the man they were just talking about, Zhang Feng. It turned out that Zhang Feng and the old scholar had just finished talking and decided to come over because he remembered the 2 girls' strange behavior. Unexpectedly, he bumped into them. Prince Zhang, why are you here? Zhang Yuyao's face was slightly red. She lowered her head like a little quail. That's right, young Master Zhang. Aren't you discussing business with Sir? Jingshu also reacted at this time and deliberately interjected to ease Zhang Yuyao's shyness. It had to be said that she was a very considerate sister. Oh, I finished talking with Master, so I came to see you. Zhang Feng scratched his head and smiled, trying to hide the embarrassment on his face. After all, he and the 2 girls were not married yet. This was indeed a little inappropriate. Jingshu seemed to see Zhang Feng's embarrassment and hurriedly greeted, Prince Zhang, please sit. Yes, yes, please sit. Zhang Yuyao also reacted and picked up the teapot beside her to make tea for Zhang Feng. However, she couldn't hide the blush on her face. It was white with a hint of red, just like a peach. Zhang Feng nodded and casually found a chair to sit down. At this time, Zhang Yuyao also handed over the teacup in her hand and said shyly, Prince Zhang, please have some tea. Zhang Feng took the teacup and took a sip. He then put the teacup down and looked at the 2 girls. What happened to the 2 of you just now? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing this, the 2 girls remembered what they were just discussing. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if they were confirming something. Prince Zhang, we have a few questions to ask you. Zhang Yuyao looked at Zhang Feng and said softly, What is it? Why are you being so mysterious? Speak. Zhang Feng smiled and didn't mind. Prince Zhang, why do you want to go to Jiangnan? Zhang Yuyao went straight to the point. Because they just heard Zhang Feng and the old scholar talking, they didn't need to ask too much. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. No wonder the 2 girls were so abnormal just now. It was because of the matter in Jiangnan. Were they worried that he would go to Yu or something? Chapter 1785. However, he couldn't take the initiative to say this. Otherwise, who knew how the two women would react? I'm going to Jiangnan to prepare to develop perfume and the maritime Silk Road. Zhang Feng replied truthfully. In fact, he didn't say that he was going to find Yu. After all, if he said it in person, it might affect the mood of the two women. Then, Prince Zhang, can you take us with you when you go to Jiangnan? This sentence was said by Jing Shu because she knew that Zhang Yuyao's character had always been very gentle. It was not suitable for her to say such things. Zhang Feng's brows furrowed tightly when he heard that. It was not that he didn't want to take the two women, but Jiangnan was too dangerous. He had no foundation. If he went there empty-handed, he might not even be able to guarantee his own safety. How could he take care of the two women? Yu was a small matter. After all, the two women had seen her. Even if there was a small quarrel, it could be resolved. Moreover, the two women were reasonable people, so there wouldn't be any problems. However, if the foundation was not stable, there was no way to guarantee their safety. Thinking of this, he immediately refused. No, Jiangnan is not safe. You may be in danger if you go there. Young master, we are not afraid. Jing Shu shook her head. There was a trace of firmness in her eyes. Yes, we are not afraid. Young master, take us with you. Zhang Yuyao also begged. Zhang Feng glanced at the two women. His mind was spinning quickly, weighing something. In the end, he spat out two words. No. Although he had never been to Jiangnan, after listening to the old scholar's words, he deeply understood that Jiangnan was not so easy to get involved. There were many clans there. Maybe it would be annexed that day. It was a bit inconvenient to take the two women with him. Young master. Zhang Yuyao's eyes were filled with tears. She lowered her head and pulled the corner of her clothes. It's not that I don't want to take you with me, but Jiangnan is too dangerous. I'll go there first and then pick you up later. Zhang Feng was a little helpless. He gently patted Zhang Yuyao's shoulder. Young master, please take us with you. We're not afraid of danger and we won't cause you any trouble. Jing Shu looked at Zhang Feng with a pleading look, looking very pitiful. Young master. The tears in Zhang Yuyao's eyes seemed as if they would fall at any moment. She tugged at Zhang Feng's sleeve and said in a faint voice, Young master, please take us with you. We promise that we won't cause you any trouble. Jing Shu also imitated Zhang Yuyao. She tugged at Zhang Feng's other sleeve, raised her head, and said softly, Yes, young master, we won't cause you any trouble. Zhang Feng looked at the two women helplessly and frowned. He didn't expect the two girls to do this. It was not safe in Jiangnan, and they might run into Yu, which would be awkward. Don't agree. Which man could refuse two beautiful women acting coquettishly? Okay, I promise you, but you have to promise me one thing. Zhang Feng nodded heavily, as if he had made a huge struggle in his heart. Hearing this, the two women were instantly overjoyed. The sadness just now was also thrown away. With a satisfied smile on their faces, they said, Thank you, young master. As for the second half of Zhang Feng's words, the two women didn't listen at all. He had no choice but to remind them, After you go to Jiangnan with me, you have to listen to me in everything. You can't make decisions on your own. He did this for the good of the two women. After all, he was not familiar with Jiangnan at all. What if something happened? She told them here to give them a heads up. The two women were completely immersed in joy. No matter what Zhang Feng said, they nodded hard. Okay, we promise you anything. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Well, I'll go first. After that, he walked straight to the door and closed it for the two women. Only the two women were left in the room. Their faces were full of joy as they held each other's hands. Sister Yuyao, since young master has promised us, let's prepare the things to go to Jiangnan so that we won't be in a hurry. Jing Shu looked at Zhang Yuyao and said with a smile, Okay, Sister Jing Shu. After that, Zhang Yuyao pulled Jing Shu to the bed. The two women sat on the bed and packed up the things they thought they could use. After a while, the two women's discussion came from the room. This dress is too thick. It's not suitable for Jiangnan. Sister Jingshu, let's take this rouge. We can't embarrass Prince Zhang when we go to Jiangnan. We also have to take this guqin. Otherwise, what if Prince Zhang wants to listen to music? In this way, the two women discussed happily, as if they didn't know the meaning of tiredness at all. Women were like this. Once they were going on a long trip, they would take care of everything from daily necessities to gold, silver, and jewelry. Looking back at Zhang Feng, he came out from the two women and went straight to his residence. He sat in a chair, slowly lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled the smoke, showing a satisfied look. Chapter 1786. This feeling made him feel very comfortable. He narrowed his eyes and recalled the conversation he had with the old elementary scholar. The old elementary scholar was actually a nostalgic person. Although he said that Jiangnan was not good, he still understood that Jiangnan was powerful and irreplaceable. This time, he would go to Jiangnan to help the Xie family and repay the old elementary scholar's kindness. Thinking about it, he put the cigarette back in his mouth and took a deep puff. He glanced out of the window and saw that the moon was already high in the sky. It was already night time. Zhang Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and stood up abruptly. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stamped it out. He turned around and walked to his bed. There was no entertainment in the academy at night and everyone went to bed early. He was no exception except for some naughty guys who liked to play basketball. He quickly took off his clothes and lay on the bed to count the stars. After a while, there was a light snoring sound in the room. The next day, a long yawn came from the room. Zhang Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly opened them. He glanced at the messy clothes on the bed and began to put them on. After putting on his clothes, he jumped out of bed and washed his face with the water he had prepared. He felt much more awake. Then, he took out a cigarette from his waist and put it in his mouth. He lit the match and took a deep puff. He exhaled the smoke and pretended to be satisfied. Another day. He enjoyed the impact of the smoke with a smile on his face. Zhang Feng opened the door and walked to the academy. He was going to walk around. This was what he had been used to doing every day since he returned to the academy. He would get up early in the morning to see how the students were doing. He also wanted to see if those fellows were slacking off. It was a bit like the director of academic affairs in the modern world. Before he reached the door of the classroom, he heard a burst of students reading aloud in a loud voice. A wise man must see far and see clearly. If he does not see clearly, he must not be selfish. A man of law must be strong and resolute. If he is not resolute, he must not be deceitful. Zhang Feng nodded his head. This voice was very familiar to him. He didn't walk closer, but instead glanced at the classroom. It was the old elementary scholar who was teaching. The student was holding a book in his hand, shaking his head and squinting his eyes as he recited the text. Seeing this, Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the field. He wanted to see if that guy was slacking off. As soon as he reached the sports field, he heard a burst of cheers. "Pass the ball to me quickly. I'm going to shoot a three-pointer." Zhang Feng gently pushed aside the leaves in front of him and glanced at the field. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he saw it, he was shocked. It turned out that a few guys were secretly playing basketball here, and they were playing quite enthusiastically. Among them were Yun Ping and Yiming. These two guys had guarded the school gate during the opening ceremony of the basketball tournament and had even woken him up. They were usually more mischievous. However, he didn't expect these two guys to be so bold as to play basketball during class time. Playing basketball was a good thing in itself. Could strengthen one's body. However, playing basketball during class was not only against the school rules, but also irresponsible to oneself. Therefore, he decided to teach these guys a lesson. In the past, he didn't study hard and suffered a lot in finding a job. Although there were no such restrictions in Chang, and as the dean, how could he watch these guys degrade themselves? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's chest was filled with anger. He shouted at the sports field, "Who allowed you to play basketball here?" Hearing this, the guys on the sports field were immediately stunned. They knew that the only person who could come to the sports field at this time was the dean. The students and teachers were all in class. They slowly put down the basketball and glanced at Zhang Feng's position. They shivered and turned to look at each other. Someone said, "The dean is so far away from us. He probably doesn't remember what we look like, right?" It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he said it, it instantly aroused everyone's thoughts. Yes, we're so far away. The dean can't see us at all. If they took the opportunity to run now, nothing would happen. They looked at each other as if they had a tacit understanding. Then they nodded. As if they had made up their minds, they ran in one direction. With the first one taking the lead, there would naturally be a second one. The people behind were afraid of falling behind and being caught by Zhang Feng, so they also ran toward the first person like wild horses out of control. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's expression changed. He was instantly angry. He began to shout at the top of his voice, "Yiming Yunping, if you two brats run again, you don't have to come to class tomorrow." After saying that, he hurriedly chased after her. When Yiming and Yunping heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. The dean knew it was them? Then what's the use of running away now? Wouldn't they still be punished by the dean? Perhaps if they were caught, the punishment would be even more severe. The two of them looked sullen and subconsciously stopped in their tracks. This sudden stop was not a big deal, but the students behind them all tumbled down, and even they themselves staggered forward. Chapter 1787. It turned out that the two of them were running at the front. When they suddenly stopped, the people behind them did not notice and bumped into them. The result was obvious. Everyone fell flat on their faces. Yiming, Yunping, why did you two suddenly stop? A student hugged his injured knee and wailed on the ground, glaring at Yiming and Yunping in dissatisfaction. Yiming and Yunping did not feel good either. They were half lying on the ground, their knees bleeding. "Didn't you hear the dean calling us? Are you deaf?" Yunping rubbed his bleeding knee and said unhappily, "The dean is calling for you, not us. Why are you blocking our way?" Another student jumped out and pointed at the two of them, his heart filled with grief and indignation. He thought that he was about to escape the dean's clutches. Who would have thought that this stupid teammate would cause trouble in the middle? Blocking the way in the middle. This was great. Everyone could not escape and was ready to be punished. Damn you! When did Lao Tzu? Yiming's eyes were red as he glared at that person. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw someone rushing over. It was none other than Zhang Feng. He quickly put on a fawning expression and said, "Dean, you're here." Hearing that, everyone instantly forgot about what had just happened and quickly turned to look at Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng was half lying on the ground with his hands on his knees. Beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. His mouth was wide open. He glanced at everyone from time to time and lowered his heavy head. He pointed at them and said, You. Obviously, Zhang Feng was tired from chasing these guys. He rarely exercised. Coupled with the sudden acceleration, his body could not take it. "All of you, stand properly." He panted heavily and rubbed his back. He tried his best to stand up and pointed at everyone. No one dared to delay. They supported each other and stood up in pain. They tried their best not to make a sound. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and patted his chest to calm himself down. Then, he looked at everyone with a gloomy expression and said, "Why did you come out to play basketball during class?" He had also been through this stage, so he could understand everyone's thoughts. He did not intend to pursue the matter of them running away. He just wanted to pull them back on the right track and not just think about playing every day. "Dean, we just want to have some fun. We'll go to class soon." Yiming scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. With the first person speaking, the others also began to plead for mercy, hoping that Zhang Feng would let them go. "That's right, Dean. We just want to have fun. Please let us off this time. Dean, please be magnanimous and let us off this time." Everyone was begging for mercy with a pleading look on their faces, which made one want to laugh. But how could Zhang Feng smile in this kind of situation? He coughed twice and said earnestly, "I know you're playful. This is human nature, and I don't intend to do anything to you. But your parents sent you to the academy so that you can learn something and serve the country and the people in the future, and become the pillars of the Tang dynasty. Look at what you've done today. How can you face your parents?" Everyone bowed their heads and said nothing, as if they were thinking about something. Then, Zhang Feng continued, since you've violated the school rules today, the punishment is unavoidable. Everyone go and water the flowers and plants on campus. Then, everyone will take turns to guard the school gate at night until everyone completes the punishment. Do you understand? These guys had violated the school rules and must be punished. Otherwise, more people would follow suit in the future, and the school would be in chaos. Everyone nodded and still did not speak. Well, you can go to class first and complete the punishment after class. Zhang Feng waved to the crowd and motioned them to leave. They looked at Zhang Feng and wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Then they dispersed in twos and threes. After everyone left, Zhang Feng walked to the cafeteria. He was so tired from chasing those guys just now that he was hungry. Besides, he got up early in the morning and did not eat anything. Now his stomach was growling. Unable to bear the protest of his stomach, Zhang Feng had to speed up. After a while, he finally arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. Boss, give me some lamb stew. He randomly found a seat and shouted at the boss who was busy at the side. When the boss saw that it was Zhang Feng, he immediately put on a smile. Oh, it's President Zhang. Please wait a moment. The lamb stew will be served soon. Have some tea first. After saying that, the boss came up with a pot of tea. Zhang Feng was his big boss, so he did not dare to neglect him. Come, have some tea. The lamb stew is being prepared at the back. The boss was very fast. He quickly poured a bowl of tea and handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the tea and slowly tasted it. President Zhang, the basketball game you organized last time was really good. When can you organize it again? The boss took the opportunity to chat with Zhang Feng while the lamb stew was being prepared at the back. He made a lot of money from the basketball game last time. Although a lot of business was taken away by the people, it was not a big deal. After all, without Zhang Feng, he could not have organized it. Therefore, he hoped that Zhang Feng would organize it again. Chapter 1788. Oh, I don't know. Zhang Feng put down his teacup and replied calmly. He really wasn't sure when he would hold it again, so he could only give the boss a perfunctory answer. I see. The boss was a bit disappointed, but he quickly covered it up and put on a smile again. Then you can drink first. I'll go check on the lamb stew. With that, he turned and walked towards the kitchen. Right, boss. Give me some braised meat. Zhang Feng turned around and added. The boss smiled and nodded, indicating that he understood. Moments later, the boss walked out of the kitchen with a waiter, carrying lamb stew and braised meat. Most importantly, there was a jug of fine wine. Here, President Zhang, the lamb stew and braised meat you ordered are here. The boss walked in front of Zhang Feng and put down the dishes one by one. Boss, I didn't order any wine. Zhang Feng pointed at the jug, a bit confused. Hey, principal, eating meat without drinking won't last long. The boss smiled and put the jug in front of Zhang Feng. This wine is a gift from me. Drink as much as you want. With that, the boss walked away with the waiter, not giving Zhang Feng a chance to speak. Zhang Feng looked at the boss's back and thought to himself, the boss is quite interesting. Not only is he glib, but he also knows how to make trouble. He shook his head with a smile and didn't think too much about it. He picked up the skewers and began to roll them. He poured himself a bowl of wine, and under a gust of wind, his stomach was 70 to 80% full. Just as Zhang Feng was about to pick up the last piece of braised meat, a series of hurried footsteps came from the door. Moments later, a tall man walked in. He looked around as if he was looking for something. When he saw Zhang Feng, he immediately became excited. Principal, I've finally found you. Zhang Feng turned around and looked at the man, a bit confused. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? Basically, everyone in the academy called him principal. There was no problem with this title, but he didn't have any impression of this person, so he couldn't help but be confused. The man grew anxious. Dean, I'm Shuren. I'm researching firearms with Algernon. At this point, Zhang Feng suddenly remembered something. He pointed at the person and said, Oh, I remember now. You were the one who researched firearms with Algernon. A smile finally appeared on Shuren's face. Dean, you finally remembered. Zhang Feng nodded with a smile. He had no choice. There were so many people in the smithing workshop and the academy, so how could he remember all of them? It was good enough that he had some influence. However, this little influence was a great gift to Shi-En. "Oh right, aren't you in the forging workshop? What are you doing here?" Zhang Feng placed the braised meat in his mouth and asked vaguely. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi-En cautiously scanned the surroundings. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he slowly leaned over to Zhang Feng and whispered in his ear, "Principal, Algernon asked me to tell you that the firearms have been successfully modified and that there's a new invention." Before he came, Algernon had warned him that the firearms were not to be known by outsiders. That was why he was so cautious. Of course, he also knew the severity of the matter. He didn't dare to reveal anything to anyone. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's face lit up. He hurriedly pulled Shi-En out of the door and said, "Let's go back to the forging workshop." Now, he couldn't wait to see what Algernon's gun would look like. Shi-En was naturally happy as well. The two of them rushed to the forging workshop without stopping. Before long, they arrived at the workshop. When they entered, they saw that everyone was gathered in a circle with Algernon in the center. They didn't know what they were doing. "Algernon, what are you guys doing?" Zhang Feng asked subconsciously. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Zhang Feng. Their faces were filled with joy. It seemed that Algernon's experiment had been very successful. "Principal, you're here. We're researching steel balls, which are bullets." Algernon pushed aside the crowd and walked towards Zhang Feng. "Bullets?" Zhang Feng glanced at the steel balls on the table, completely forgetting about the firearms. He walked towards the wooden table and picked up a steel ball. "Why are you researching these?" "Principal, we found that the steel balls aren't very powerful, so we're thinking of ways to improve them." Algernon walked to Zhang Feng's side and looked at the steel balls on the table. He was somewhat helpless. Algernon's words reminded Zhang Feng of the real bullets in his previous life. Those bullets were usually made up of 4 parts: a pellet, a cartridge, a propellant, and a cap. The pellet was used to penetrate the target at high speed. The cartridge was used to connect the pellet, protect the propellant, and seal the gunpowder gas. The propellant was burned to give the pellet a higher initial velocity. The cap was used to fire the pellet. Algernon and the others couldn't make such bullets now. However, they could slightly change the shape of the steel balls. That way, they could still cause damage. "Algernon, did you guys have any results?" Zhang Feng looked at Algernon and asked. Chapter 1789. "Dean, we've been studying it for a long time, but we still have no idea." Alkinnon frowned and felt helpless. Zhang Feng patted Alkinnon's shoulder and encouraged him. "Don't be discouraged. Have you thought of changing the shape of the steel balls?" He decided to teach them the theory behind the bullets and let them slowly figure it out. Change the shape. Alkinnon's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. "Dean, what kind of change do you mean?" The dean's words had opened up a wedge in his heart. However, he only had a vague idea, so he decided to ask for clarification. "Think about it. How did a spear stab an enemy? Isn't it because of the sharp tip? If we make the steel balls like a spear and make them sharp, wouldn't the effect be different?" Zhang Feng's gaze swept over the crowd as he tried to entice them. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and pondered deeply, their brows tightly knit together. After a while, Alkinnon seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly said, "Dean, your suggestion is good. The sharp tip is much more lethal than the steel balls. Once it's shot, it can easily pierce through armor." Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction. "You're right. However, this won't do. We have to increase the size of the barrel. Once the sharp-tip bullet is made, it will definitely be longer than the steel balls. Also, gunpowder will need to be added to the bullet and a cap at the base. Only then will it be able to unleash its full power." He knew that Alkinnon was a talent in this field. No matter what he said, Alkinnon would be able to react immediately. "Dean, I know what gunpowder is, but what is a cap?" Alkinnon looked at Zhang Feng with confusion. The others were also confused. They were helpless. Zhang Feng's words were too advanced. It was normal that they didn't understand. "Give me a pen and paper." I'll explain it to you as I draw. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said to everyone. As his voice fell, one of the men standing outside immediately ran out. After a while, he ran back in with a pen and paper in his hand. He handed the pen and paper to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took it and leaned on the table. He glanced at everyone and said as he drew, "Look, this is the pointed bullet we talked about just now. It is made up of the shell, primer, propellant, and warhead. The shell is the outer layer of metal. It can be made of iron or steel, but it must be made into a cylinder. Look at the warhead, this is the tip of the entire bullet and needs to be made into a sharp point. The propellant, this is the gunpowder, needs to be filled in the shell. Finally, there is the primer, which is also the most important. It needs to be installed at the end of the entire bullet, which is also the cylinder, wrapping the entire back of the bullet." After saying that, the blueprint for the bullet was completed. Zhang Feng took the blueprint and handed it to Arkanon. "Take a look. Can you make this bullet?" This was just an overview of the bullet, so it was relatively simple. A talent like Arkanon could understand it with just a few glances. As Zhang Feng expected, Arkanon took the blueprint and looked at it carefully for a while. Finally, he said seriously, "This bullet can be made, but the trajectory of the gun needs to be changed." "Okay." Zhang Feng nodded and rested his chin on his right hand. "This is not a problem. Changing the trajectory will only increase the power of the gun. Take some time to study it." When he thought of this bullet, he already knew that the trajectory might need to be changed. The trajectory changed with the bullet, or in other words, the trajectory needed to adapt to the bullet. For modern bullets like this, the trajectory needed to be slender and flexible. Otherwise, the trajectory would be destroyed in a short period of time. "Okay, Dean." Arkanon agreed and began to study the drawing again. At this time, Zhang Feng seemed to have thought of something. He said to Arkanon, "Oh right, Arkanon. Didn't you ask me to come here to look at the gun?" Yes. Look at my brain, I almost forgot." Arkanon patted his head, a little embarrassed. Zhang Feng didn't blame him because he knew that for a freak like Arkanon who only cared about research, if something suddenly attracted him, he would quickly fall into it. Just like when they were talking about the bullet, everyone was so excited that they naturally forgot about the gun. Even Zhang Feng himself had forgotten about it until now. "Here, Dean. This is the improved gun." Arkanon took the gun from the table next to him and handed it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at the gun in Arkanon's hand with a strange expression. It was not for any other reason, but because this gun was very different from the previous one. Not only was the barrel much longer, at least 10 centimeters, but the body was also slender. He asked with some confusion, "Arkanon, why does this gun look different from the previous one?" "Dean, this is our newly improved gun. It has been lengthened by 10 centimeters and the body has become slender. However, the most important thing is that the accuracy of this gun has increased a lot. Even if you haven't used it before, you won't miss too much." Chapter 1790. Arkanon showed off the gun in his hand. It seemed that he was very satisfied with this product. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Feng's eyes couldn't leave the gun in Arkanon's hand. He took the gun and examined it carefully. After a while, he laughed loudly. Good. Arkanon, I didn't expect you to improve this gun in such a short time." He didn't doubt them because he believed that they had the ability to improve the gun. It was just that the time it took was too short. "Dean, I have a new invention here." As he spoke, Arkanon took out an object that was about 30 centimeters long. To be precise, it was a 30-centimeter long gun. It was exactly the same as the original gun, just a little shorter. Everyone stared at the miniature gun in Arkanon's hand. They felt a little nervous. This gun was made by all of them and was prepared to be presented to the dean. Now that they had taken it out, they didn't know if the dean would like it. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng with apprehension. At this moment, Zhang Feng's gaze was also locked on the miniature gun. He had already noticed it when Arkanon took it out. However, he found it hard to believe that they could make such a small gun. It seemed that he had underestimated them. "Did you guys make this gun?" Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and asked. Everyone nodded. Arkanon still looked as if he was handing the gun to Zhang Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Feng reached out and took the gun. He fiddled with it in his hand and couldn't help but smile. No man could resist the temptation of a gun, including himself. Dean, this gun was made by all of us working together. We hope that it will be of some help to you during your trip to Jiangnan. Arcanon looked at everyone and finally fixed his gaze on Zhang Feng. His eyes were full of sincerity. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Zhang Feng. They all saw Zhang Feng as their benefactor. Without him, they wouldn't have been able to come into contact with this level of technology. Now that their benefactor liked this gun, it was an affirmation to all of them. Zhang Feng looked at everyone and couldn't help but reveal a touched expression. Originally, he did not take the initiative to tell everyone about him in Jiangnan, but they were concerned about his every move. It had to be said that this friendship was very rare. Thank you, everyone. I like this gun. Zhang Feng raised the gun in his hand and said with a smile. Currently, everyone's technology was only limited to long-barreled firearms. Today, however, they had created a 30-centimeter firearm. From this, it could be seen that everyone had put in a lot of effort. As the dean, he naturally had to give them some encouragement. It's fine as long as the headmaster likes it. At least our efforts were not in vain. Arcanon looked at Zhang Feng excitedly. As he spoke, he glanced at the others. Everyone was also looking at Zhang Feng excitedly. Their emotions were self-evident. Since we have this good stuff, let's go out and shoot. Let's go. Zhang Feng waved at the crowd and said with a smile. Now that he had the gun in his hands, he wanted to try it out. Yes, headmaster. Arcanon nodded and then looked at the people behind him. Take the bullets and wooden plates. We're going to the back of the mountain. After saying that, he followed Zhang Feng to the back of the mountain. The others followed closely behind with the items. The back of the mountain was not far away. It was just outside the cave. The group walked quickly and arrived at the back of the mountain one after another. Zhang Feng pointed to an open space in front of them. Like last time, draw 10 circles on the wooden plates and put them up in front of us. The person holding the wooden plates quickly put them up and then led the others to the side. He was afraid that the gun would be blind and accidentally hurt him. They had all participated in the production of the gun and deeply understood the power of the gun. Headmaster, here. You can try our improved long-barreled firearms first. Arcanon handed a loaded long-barreled firearm to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took it and checked it. After confirming that there was no problem, he put the gun on his shoulder and began to aim at the wooden plates. Bang! The gun spewed out a tongue of flame. The steel ball shot out and hit the wooden plates. At this time, the sound of wild birds could be heard from the forest not far away. In an instant, a flock of wild birds took to the air and flew away. Zhang Feng's face changed slightly. He could not believe it. When he fired the gun just now, he clearly felt that this gun was different from the previous ones. Not only was the smoke reduced, but the recoil was also not as bad as before. He could not believe it, so he decided to fire another shot. He reloaded the gun and aimed at the wooden plates. Bang! Another shot. Felt the same as the first time. Not only was it smoother, but it was also more accurate. This time, Zhang Feng was finally sure that this gun was exactly as Arcanon had said. He quickly put down the gun and walked to the wooden plates. He wanted to check the accuracy of the wooden plates, but when he got closer, he felt uncomfortable. Chapter 1791. Turned out that he had hit the bullseye with both shots. He had always missed the target before, but this time he actually hit the bullseye. It was unbelievable. What's going on, Alkinen? Zhang Feng looked at Alkinen and asked. Dean, this time we not only improved the guns, but also improved their accuracy. Even those who don't know how to shoot will not miss too much. Alkinen smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Feng patted Alkinen's shoulder happily. Good. Thank you for your hard work this time. Dean, don't mention it. This is what we should do. Alkinen was a little frightened. Zhang Feng nodded. These guns were not only more powerful but also more adaptable. If they were mass-produced, they would definitely become the killing weapons of the Tang dynasty's soldiers. Let's go and see that short-barreled gun. He smiled and said to Alkinen. After that, Zhang Feng went back to the shooting position, grabbed a handful of bullets, and loaded them into the gun. Then he aimed at the wooden sign. Bang! The gun trembled for a moment, and the steel ball shot out and nailed itself onto the wooden tablet. Zhang Feng took the gun and walked to the wooden sign. This time it was a bullseye. Although it was a little off, it was already very good. After the experiment with the long-barreled gun, he was not surprised. However, this short-barreled gun was obviously more convenient than the long-barreled gun. Could be used for self-defense. With this gun, this trip to Jiangnan would not be too stressful. He held the gun and played with it. He was delighted. He saw everyone's loyalty and hard work, so he would definitely reward them well. However, these people were stubborn. They were not interested in gold, silver, and treasures at all. How to reward them was difficult for him. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Since these people were only interested in guns, then he would do something about them. Although these guns had been improved, they were still not very good. If he gave them the pistols and rifles of the future, they might have an unexpected gain. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled and waved to everyone. "Come here, all of you. I have something important to say." Hearing this, everyone moved and surrounded Zhang Feng, waiting for him to continue. "You guys did very well this time, so I've decided to teach you guys about another type of gun." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces changed. Their cheeks flushed red in agitation. To them, Zhang Feng was both their benefactor and their teacher. This was because he was the one who gave them the opportunity to come into contact with such advanced technology. Furthermore, he was constantly imparting knowledge to them. This was simply a greater grace than anything else. Now that Zhang Feng said that he was going to teach them about another type of gun, how could they not be excited? "Dean, please speak your mind. We are all listening." "Yes, Dean. We are all listening." Everyone expressed their stance, wanting Zhang Feng to continue. There were even a few people who took out their pens and paper, ready to record. Seeing this, Zhang Feng did not waste any time. He smiled and said, "The type of gun I'm going to talk about is called a pistol. It is similar to the short-barreled guns that you guys make. However, it is more stable than short-barreled guns. It has higher shooting accuracy, longer aiming line of sight, and other advantages. A pistol is mainly composed of a barrel, a grip, a firing mechanism, a sleeve, and other parts." Everyone looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. They were a little confused. "Dean, can you explain in detail?" Everyone is a little confused. Arkanon swept his gaze over the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Zhang Feng, a difficult expression on his face. "Don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Give me a piece of paper." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and didn't blame them. He asked for a pen and paper and randomly found a stone. He laid down on it and drew as he said to everyone, "Look at this barrel first. It's used to fire the bullet. It's the same principle as a musket. Next, we'll talk about the grip. This is used to hold the grip. It's designed for the convenience of the hand. The firing mechanism is used to fire the bullet. It needs to use the principle of the firing pin. The firing mechanism needs to use the primer to strike the primer. The sleeve is the container for the firing pin. It uses a spring to move to the rearmost position during firing. The trigger is used to fire the trigger." After that, a sketch of a pistol appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Feng handed the sketch to Algernon and said, "You can treat this as an upgraded version of the short-barreled gun." After Algernon received the sketch, it was as if he had changed into a different person. He could not stop trembling. Beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. Even his voice was trembling. "Dean, this is a divine item?" After that, he passed the blueprints to the others. Everyone who saw the blueprints trembled with excitement, just like Arkanon. How did the Dean come up with this divine item? This is amazing. They had all participated in the production of short-barreled guns. They knew how difficult it was to make such a gun. They knew that it would be impossible in their lifetime. However, the Dean had drawn it so easily and even explained it so clearly. Chapter 1792. Everyone quivered and looked at Zhang Feng with eyes full of respect and envy. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Come, I'll tell you one more. Then, he took out a new piece of paper, glanced at everyone, and started to draw on the rock. Next, I'll tell you about a rifle. You can think of it as an upgraded version of a long-barreled musket. It consists of a barrel, a case, a trigger, a magazine, a firing mechanism, an aiming device, and a stock. It only has a case, a magazine, and an aiming device. You can think of the case as a cartridge container and a magazine. It's a little different from a long-barreled musket. The magazine is installed between the stock and the barrel, while the magazine is a separate entity. It can be removed from the body of the gun, and every time it's removed, it needs to be loaded with bullets. The aiming device is the crosshair. Although it's on a musket too, it's not as detailed. The rifle needs to be more detailed than the musket, but there's no other difference. As soon as he finished speaking, an overview of the rifle was completed. Zhang Feng handed the blueprint to Arkanon. Arkanon took the blueprint and looked at it. He was even more excited than before. His eyes widened in disbelief because he knew that this rifle was much more powerful than the long-barreled musket. Not only was it powerful, but most importantly, with this ammunition supply, the rifle could fire continuously. There was no need to reload a bullet for every shot. Just this point alone was enough to beat the long-barreled musket. Arkanon, I'll give you the blueprint for the pistol and rifle. I've explained the theory to you. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I'll make these two things. Hearing this, Arkanon shuddered. This was exactly what he had been dreaming of. Now that the dean was giving it to him, how could he not be happy? However, after thinking about it, the dean had been so nice to him. How could he accept the dean's gift? Dean, you've been so nice to us. We can't accept your gift. Please take it back. Arkanon respectfully put the blueprint in his hand and was about to return it to Zhang Feng. The others looked at the blueprints unwillingly because they had the same desire for the technology as Arkanon. However, they could understand what Arkanon was saying. Indeed, the dean had taken them in and even taught them the technology. If they were to blindly accept them now, wouldn't that mean that they weren't grateful at all? Zhang Feng looked at the crowd, and his eyes flashed with a touch of gratification. He had thought that everyone would be very happy to accept the blueprint, but he didn't expect them to say such words. This was indeed beyond his expectations, but it was enough to see their loyalty. There's no need for that. Since I'm giving them to you, just accept them. I still need these firearms. This? Arkanon looked at the blueprint in his hand, feeling a little troubled. He then turned around to look at the others. Seeing this, Zhang Feng smiled faintly and glanced at everyone. Take it. I'll be happy if you can make the firearms as soon as possible. All right then. Algernon nodded and expressed his loyalty. Don't worry, Mr. President. We won't let you down. Even if we don't eat or drink, we'll make it and give it to you personally. As soon as he finished speaking, the others behind him quickly agreed. That's right. Don't worry, Mr. President. We won't let you down. We'll definitely make it. Don't worry, Mr. President. We'll make it. They clenched their right fists and spoke with confidence. Of course, I'm not worried about you. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction and waved at everyone. You can go back and do your research. I still have things to do at the college. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the college. Everyone said their goodbyes. He took out a cigarette from his waist, lit it, and slowly smoked. He didn't say anything along the way, and soon he arrived at the college. At this time, classes had just ended, and the students were playing in the college. Some people were playing basketball on the field, and many students were taking a walk. Hello, Mr. President. When the students saw Zhang Feng walk over, they stopped and greeted him. Zhang Feng waved his hand at the crowd and walked straight to his residence. At this time, two figures in front of him attracted his attention. He took a closer look and saw that they weren't Yiming and Yunping, who he had just caught in the morning. He quickly walked up and patted them on the shoulder. Yiming, Yunping, what are you two doing? The two of them were shocked and turned around. When they saw Zhang Feng's face, their expressions changed and they stammered, Pre-President, what are you two doing here? Have you done your punishment this morning? Zhang Feng looked at them and asked. Yes, we did. Yiming lowered his head and replied with a trembling voice. Okay, I'll find time to check. If you didn't do it, your punishment will be doubled. Zhang Feng nodded and turned to walk back to his residence. He had been explaining the concept of pistols and rifles, and he was a little tired. He was going to go back and rest. He didn't expect Yiming and Yun Ping to run away as soon as he left, as if they had something important to do. Zhang Feng felt that something was wrong behind him. He glanced at them casually and saw their backs. A complicated smile flashed across his lips. Chapter 1793. What he said just now was naturally to scare the two boys. He didn't expect that they really didn't do it. Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist, lit it, took a deep puff and walked back to his residence. After returning to his residence, he half reclined on the chair and was about to take a nap. Just then, a loud roar came from outside the door. Fengzi! Fengzi, are you there? Without looking, he knew that it was old Cheng. His hoarse voice could be heard 2 streets away. Zhang Feng slowly sat up and looked at the door helplessly. Sure enough, Li Shimin walked in with Cheng Yaojin. Haha, I knew you were here. Cheng Yaojin took a big step forward and patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder. Well, if nothing goes wrong, I'll be here in the future. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Yaojin and said unhappily. Fengzi, what's wrong with you? You look like you haven't woken up yet. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and was a little worried. It's nothing. Zhang Feng waved his hand and gestured for the two to sit down. Why are you free to look for me today? He didn't intend to tell them about the forging workshop. Firstly, this thing was a little shocking. If he suddenly told them, they might not be able to accept it. Secondly, he didn't know if Arkanon and the others could make it. If they could, he would naturally tell them in the future. I asked you to come here to drink. What else could it be? Cheng Yaojin pursed his lips, looking as if he was in the right. I don't have time to drink with you. Zhang Feng glared at Cheng Yaojin. This guy only knew how to drink every day. Of course, it's not just about drinking. There's also about Jiangnan. Li Shimin interjected from the side. Jiangnan? Zhang Feng turned to look at Li Shimin and was a little puzzled. What can happen in Jiangnan? Aren't you going to Jiangnan? We just got some recent news in Jiangnan and wanted to tell you about it. Li Shimin smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's interest was piqued. What news? Quick, tell me. Jiangnan was now the focus of his development, so he had to know all the important information there. That way, he would not be clueless in the past. Li Shimin moved closer to Zhang Feng and said with a smile, I heard, cough cough. Just as Li Shimin was halfway through his speech, a cough from outside the door interrupted him. Zhang Feng and the others raised their heads to look outside the door. The coughing sound was rather obvious, but it happened when Lao Li coughed halfway through his sentence. It seemed to be intentional. He wanted to see who it was. Moments later, Yu Shernan, Ouyang Xiu, and the rest walked in with stooped backs. Seeing this, Zhang Feng immediately stood up from his chair and said respectfully, Greetings, teachers. These were all his teachers. They had just come in, so as a disciple, he naturally could not sit. He had to give up his seat for them. Li Shimin and the others also stood up to show their respect. These were all great scholars. They did not have to bow when they were in court, let alone when they were outside the palace. Naturally, they had to stand up to show their respect. Yu Shernan glanced at the people in the room, then looked at Zhang Feng and nodded. No need to be so polite. Sit down. After that, he casually found a chair and sat down. The other 3 did not stand on ceremony and went to find their own seats. Fengzi, what were you talking about just now? Yu Shernan looked at Zhang Feng and stroked his beard. In fact, when Li Shiming and the others had just stepped into the academy, the 4 of them had already received the news. They had specially come to see what Li Shiming had to say, but they hadn't thought that they would still be a step too late. Thus, they had specially coughed twice to stop Li Shiming from continuing, because they were worried that the other party would instill some bad thoughts into Fengzi's head. Teacher, just now Lao Li came to find me and said that they received the latest news in Jiangnan. They came specifically to tell me. Zhang Feng looked at Yu Shernan with a respectful expression. Oh, Yu Shinan smiled and looked at Li Shimin. What news did Mr. Li receive? Li Shimin smiled and said, I received news that there have been more ships in Jiangnan recently. There are also more merchants coming and going. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was a little confused. He was about to ask when Ouyang Xiu beat him to it. Is that so? Does Mr. Li know the reason? Ouyang Xiu frowned and asked doubtfully. He did not doubt Li Shimin's words, because he knew that the ruler of a country would not lie over such a small matter. The saying that a ruler does not joke was not in vain. This was still in the palace, especially in front of him. Li Shimin looked troubled. I don't know yet because there are not many of us there. Everyone shook their heads in disappointment. However, Zhang Feng did not think much of it. After all, it was not convenient to communicate at this time. He looked at Li Shimin and asked, Lao Li, is there any other news from Jiangnan? There is no other news for now. I will inform you as soon as there is news. Li Shimin was a little embarrassed. In fact, he wanted to find Zhang Feng to drink today. There was not much news. However, when he thought that he would meet these four old men, he was not in a good mood. It's okay. Just inform me if you have news next time. Chapter 1794. Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't care too much. After all, there was still some time before they went to Jiangnan, and he also understood that Lao Li was being kind. Li Shimin nodded and didn't speak. Chang Yaojin, who was behind Na Chengxiang, couldn't bear the loneliness and shouted, Now that you're done talking, can we drink? He came to the academy for one purpose, to drink. He didn't care about the things that everyone was talking about. He had waited for so long in vain, and he was already a little impatient. As his voice fell, everyone's eyes gathered on Chang Yaojin. Zhang Feng was a little dissatisfied. He knew that this guy was brainless and only knew how to drink all day. But now that the four masters were here, how could he drink? Why did he speak so loudly? Yu Shinan and the others were a little disdainful. The Confucians had always thought of themselves as noble and virtuous, including the four of them. They were usually gentle and elegant, unlike this fool in front of them. However, he was still a duke, so they didn't say anything. Li Shimin was different. He was a little angry. Chang Yaojin was brought up by him. But now he was standing in front of everyone and embarrassing himself? Wouldn't that be throwing his own face as well? He gloomily stared at Chang Yaojin. Don't drink all day. Calm down. From his tone, one could hear that he was a little dissatisfied. Hearing this, Chang Yaojin resentfully lowered his head. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Everyone, sorry to disturb you today. We'll leave first. Li Shimin stood up, cupped his hands to the crowd, and was ready to leave. Originally, he wanted to have a good drink with Feng Zi after the four Confucian scholars left. But now it was all ruined by Chang Yaojin. How could he stay? Would he be laughed at by the four scholars? He couldn't do anything to them. Lao Li, you just arrived. Sit for a while. Zhang Feng also stood up and said some polite words. No, I still have something to deal with at home. Li Shimin smiled and shook his head. Then he cupped his hands and gestured to Yu Shinan and the others to leave. However, the latter was like an old monk in meditation. He nodded slightly and said nothing. Then I'll send you off. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin and walked out of the door together. The two of them walked side by side, Chang Yaojin following closely behind. After leaving the room, Li Shimin finally felt better. He looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. Feng Zi, you don't have much to do in the academy. Why don't we go out for a walk next time? Maybe next time. Zhang Feng replied casually. He still had a lot of things to do in the smithy, so how could he have the time to go out? Unknowingly, the three of them had already arrived at the field, where many students were playing. Teacher. Suddenly, a voice in front of them attracted their attention. Zhang Feng took a closer look and saw three students chatting in front of him. Their backs looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who they were. At this moment, Li Shimin joked, Feng Zi, there are quite a lot of teachers in your academy. Why do you always bump into them? Just now, he met 4 teachers in Feng Zi's room. He didn't expect to meet 2 more teachers as soon as he came out. He was a little curious. However, Zhang Feng didn't think so. He observed carefully just now and realized that the two figures were Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. When did these two become other people's teachers? Moreover, why were these two guys here? Shouldn't they be studying heat transfer equipment in the laboratory? He was a little puzzled, but more than that, he was angry. It was not because these two fellows were here, but because someone had called them teachers. One had to know that not just anyone could be a teacher. Like Master Ma, Master Zhang, and so on in the future, those fellows were all people with undeserved reputations. They used the name of imparting skills to make money. He did not wish for Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun to become such people. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, he shouted angrily to the front. Hearing this, the two suddenly turned around. They were a little happy because they came to report the results of the laboratory to Zhang Feng. However, they found that Zhang Feng's expression was a little strange. It seemed that he was a little angry. It seemed that he was angry with them. However, they didn't know what they did wrong. They could only timidly reply, "Hello, teacher." "Hello?" Zhang Feng coldly snorted, revealing his dissatisfaction. "How are you nice?" "This?" The two looked at each other and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Hao Chujun was a little smarter. He took a step forward and trembled a little. "Teacher, we don't know what we did wrong. Please enlighten us." "You don't know?" Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed and coldly snorted. "What did that student call you just now?" Hearing this, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun let out a sigh of relief. They originally thought that they had made a big mistake that made their teacher so angry. Turned out that it was nothing. "Teacher, that student just now called us teacher." Ma Zhou cupped his hands and smiled. Obviously, he didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. "Teacher," Zhang Feng coldly sneered. "Do you know what a teacher is?" The two lowered their heads and looked at each other. They frowned. Obviously, their teacher's words had a hidden meaning. They didn't dare to answer casually. They could only stammer, "We don't know. Please enlighten us, teacher." Chapter 1795. "All right. I'll explain it to you today." Zhang Feng glanced at the two of them and said solemnly, "As a teacher, you have to teach, and answer questions. As a teacher, you have to teach, and answer difficult questions. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a father for life. As a teacher, you have to love your students like you love your own children. Students also have to respect their teachers and treat them as their own fathers. Can you do this?" "We're terrified." The two of them lowered their heads and shivered. "Since you can't do it, don't let others call you teachers in the future. As teachers, you have to take the corresponding responsibility." Zhang Feng glanced at the two of them and reprimanded them. "Yes, teacher." The two of them still lowered their heads. Their expressions couldn't be seen clearly. Only their trembling bodies revealed the fear in their hearts. "Since you already know, you can leave." Zhang Feng's tone softened a little. In fact, he was quite satisfied with these two students. However, they didn't distinguish between the elders and the young. It seemed that they knew they were wrong, so there was no need to hold on to them. He let out a long breath and looked at Li Shiming and the others beside him. He found that the two of them had a dumbfounded look on their faces, as if they had seen something novel. "Lao Li, old Chun, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Feng waved his hand in front of the two of them, a little puzzled. After a while, the two of them reacted. Chang Yaojin stared at Zhang Feng, his eyes flashing. "Feng Zi, how come I didn't know you were so good before? You're so good at teaching students. Go away." Zhang Feng glared at Chang Yaojin in annoyance. His anger had not subsided yet, and this wretched genius was already causing trouble. "Old Chin, don't make fun of Feng Zi." Li Shimin finally stood up. He looked at Zhang Feng seriously and said, "I think what Feng Zi said just now is right. As a teacher, you should act like one. If you can't bear the responsibility of a teacher, you will only lead the students astray. It's better not to have such a teacher." Zhang Feng smiled and nodded. "Lao Li, I didn't expect you to have such awareness. Not bad, not bad. Maybe one day you will become a respected teacher, haha." Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng in exasperation. No matter what, he was still the ruler of a country. How could he become so unbearable in the mouth of this brat? How could he have such awareness? Could it be that he didn't have it before? Of course, he could not say such words out loud. He did not care about Zhang Feng's teasing and continued, Feng Zi, what you said just now was really good. That sentence? Zhang Feng asked subconsciously. He had said so much, so how could he know what the other party was referring to? As a teacher, I preach and answer questions, Li Shimin said as he walked. Hearing this, Zhang Feng smiled slightly with a thought-provoking look on his face. Of course, this sentence was good. This was a selection of the works of Han Yu from the Tang dynasty. However, he did not say it out loud. Even if he said it out loud, no one would believe him. Let's go, I'll send you out. He smiled and waved his hand to signal Li Shimin to go out. Cheng Yaojin was a little dissatisfied. Are you in such a hurry to chase us away? He still could not forget about drinking. Then you stay, we'll go drink. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Cheng Yaojin. He was not worried that the other party would stay, but with 4 teachers around, they would not be able to drink well. Forget it, we'll drink next time. Li Shimin hurriedly grabbed Cheng Yaojin, afraid that the other party would make a fool of himself. Then he looked at Zhang Feng. Fengzi will go first. You don't have to send us off. After that, he pulled Cheng Yaojin to the door. The latter glanced at him unwillingly. Zhang Feng smiled and turned to walk to his residence. Finally, after sending these 2 guys away, he could go back and have a good rest. However, what he did not expect was that when he returned to his residence, his 4 teachers were still in the room and had no intention of leaving. He had no choice but to go forward and salute. Greetings to the 4 teachers. No need to be so courteous. Come and sit. Yu Shernan stroked his beard with a kind smile on his face. Zhang Feng nodded and moved a chair to sit near the 4 of them. He was quite respectful to the 4 of them and would not step out of line in front of them. Fengzi, what do you think of Mr. Li and the others? Ouyang Xiu asked. Zhang Feng was startled. He originally thought that the 4 teachers might teach him some knowledge or how to be a good person. After all, he was about to go to Jiangnan. However, he never expected that they would ask about Lao Li and the others, because he knew that the 4 teachers did not like Lao Li very much. Although they did not show it usually, it could be seen from some subtle expressions. Even though he knew this, he still replied seriously, Lao Li is an honest and reliable person. He is tactful and does things in an orderly manner. It's just that his servants are a bit like bandits. Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly, but he was telling the truth. Yu Shernan nodded. You're right. Mr. Li is indeed reliable. It's just that those servants. Chapter 1796. Speaking up to this point, he laughed. He directly ignored Li Shimin's other strengths, leaving only the fact that he was reliable. That's right, other than the emperor, there weren't many reliable people in the world. Feng Zi, you should build a good relationship with Mr. Li. He's a businessman. When you go to Jiangnan, he might be able to help you. Chu Suiliang's face was serious. Although they didn't like Li Shimin, they had to acknowledge his status. Once Feng Zi went to Jiangnan, his foundation would be unstable and he would definitely need help. Li Shimin was the best help. At the same time, this was the result of their discussion. Yes, teacher. Zhang Feng nodded, looking as if he had learned something. Feng Zi, you can seek their help, but don't rely on them. Remember? Yu Shernan's eyes flashed. He didn't want Feng Zi to get too close to them, but he could still help him. Zhang Feng frowned. He didn't understand. Seeing this, Xueji hurriedly added, Feng Zi, they're businessmen. Everything is more than scheming. You have to get too close to them or you'll fall too deep. Moreover, you're the dean of White Deer College. You have to understand your status. Hearing this, Zhang Feng suddenly understood. So his 4 teachers were worried that he would be schemed against by them. Who was he to be schemed against by them? Moreover, what did his status have to do with anything? Although this was what he thought, he couldn't say anything that went against his teachers. This student will remember. Zhang Feng replied respectfully. Yu Shernan stroked his white beard, feeling satisfied. Good. You can rest. We'll leave first. With that, he stood up and walked out of the door. The other 3 glanced at Zhang Feng and followed closely behind. Since his teachers wanted to leave, Zhang Feng naturally couldn't sit still. He stood up and sent them to the door. He bowed. "Take care, teacher." Only when he saw the four people's backs getting further and further away did he slowly get up and return to the room, half lying on the chair. To be honest, he really liked talking with his four teachers and the old scholar, because he felt that he could learn a lot of knowledge. It was just that the red tape was a bit cumbersome, and for a young man from the 21st century, it was simply torture. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. He couldn't help but recall what his four teachers had said. He told him to look for Lao Li and the others for help, but not to get too close and not to rely on them. His teacher seemed to be afraid that Lao Li and the others would take advantage of him. Seeing his teacher's affectionate look, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness on his face. That's right. Which master in the world wouldn't love and care for their disciples? Speaking of disciples, he thought of Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun, whom he had just met. Did he reprimand the two of them a little too much? After all, the mouths belonged to others. They couldn't stop others from calling them whatever they wanted. Moreover, he had just reprimanded them in front of so many people. Would it embarrass the two of them in front of the other students? After all, people need to be thick-skinned. The two of them had a trace of innocence. Forget it, let's go and see the two of them. He took a deep drag of the cigarette, slowly sat up from the chair, and walked out of the door, ready to go to the laboratory to see Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. The laboratory wasn't far from the school. Zhang Feng walked leisurely while smoking, and soon arrived at the laboratory. At this time, a large group of people had gathered in a circle on the field. He didn't know what they were doing. It was class time now. Did these guys skip class? With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng strode towards the crowd and shouted, "What are you doing here? Why aren't you in class?" Hearing this, everyone turned around. When they saw Zhang Feng, their faces were filled with joy. This made Zhang Feng even angrier. Not only were these guys not in class, but they were also smiling when they saw him. They really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. "Speak, what are you doing here? Where are Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun?" Just as he finished speaking, two figures emerged from the crowd. It was Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. They hurried to greet him. They were a little flustered. It seemed that the matter just now was not over yet. "Master, please forgive us. We are researching the hot air balloon." They were a little uneasy. They were afraid that their master was still angry about what happened in the morning. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's gloomy face finally showed a smile. Turned out that he had wronged them. However, it seemed that they were unhappy about what happened in the morning. "I see. How is your research going?" He looked at the two of them and showed a warm smile. After all, he knew that he couldn't blame the two of them for what happened in the morning. Seeing Zhang Feng like this, the two of them finally showed a smile on their faces. Ma Zhou took a step forward, smiled, and cupped his hands. "Master, the hot air balloon is much better than last time. We are experimenting." "Really?" Zhang Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect the two of them to improve so quickly. He was overjoyed. "Let's go. Take me to see it." Chapter 1797. The two of them looked at each other and were overjoyed. They quickly took the lead and led the way. "Teacher, this way please." The onlookers took the initiative to make way. What came into view was a roll of coarse cloth, iron wire, brazier, coal, and so on. However, the experimental equipment this time was somewhat different from the previous experimental equipment. This made Zhang Feng a little surprised. He pointed at the experimental equipment in front of him and wondered, "Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, why is the experimental equipment a little different this time?" "Teacher, we found that the iron wire is more stable than the hemp rope, and it is not easy to be broken by fire, so we made some changes. Also, the brazier has been increased in weight, and the coarse cloth has been increased in thickness." Ma Zhou cupped his hands and replied. Hearing this, Zhang Feng stepped forward and touched the coarse cloth to check. Sure enough, as Ma Zhou said, the experimental equipment had been changed. "Well, you can give it a try." He glanced at the crowd and signaled to start. Originally, he wanted them to improve the hot air balloon, so there should be some changes. There was no dissatisfaction in his heart. "Yes, teacher." Ma Zhou nodded. After he finished speaking, he called everyone to start preparing. You guys hold up the coarse cloth. You guys go and strengthen the rope. After he finished speaking, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun personally went to start the fire. Usually, when Zhang Feng was here, they did the experiment by themselves. This was an important experimental equipment, so there was no room for any carelessness. The others busied themselves according to Ma Zhou's instructions. Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and went to Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun's side. He picked up a piece of coal that had just turned red and lit the cigarette. He took a deep breath and smiled. You two brats. Now you are a lot more sensible. It seemed that the reprimand in the morning had some effect. Otherwise, why would these two be so obedient? Why would they do everything by themselves? Teacher, you must be joking. Student is not setting a good example for junior brothers. Ma Zhou scratched his head and showed a silly look. Zhang Feng smiled and did not speak. He knew that these two guys humbly accepted the reprimand in the morning. He was about to comfort them when there was a roar not far away. Dean, everything is ready. Should we start the experiment now? Zhang Feng slowly turned his head to take a look. Sure enough, the coarse cloth had been propped up, and even the iron wire had been fixed. Everyone was very familiar with the process because Ma Zhou had led them to experiment once before. This was the second time, so the operation speed was very fast. Okay, get the live pig over here and get ready to start. Zhang Feng stood up and glanced at the crowd. The experiment had to use live pigs, otherwise the effect would not be achieved. Yes, teacher. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and replied. After saying that, he led the two men to pull the live pig. Obviously, the live pig this time was much bigger than last time. It seemed that Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun had put in a lot of effort. The live pig was quickly subdued and tied to the ground. Then, they hung the live pig and the brazier up. The coarse cloth was propped up as they waited for the wind to blow. Zhang Feng put the cigarette in his mouth, looked up at the sky, and said to himself, "What can make the wind come?" Teacher, a gust of wind blew before we prepared to do the experiment. I believe the next gust of wind will come soon. Ma Zhou put his hand in front of his forehead and looked like a monkey looking at the sea. He looked while answering Zhang Feng's question. Yes, teacher. Now that the equipment has been set up, we can only wait. Hao Chujun narrowed his eyes. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the group of coolies behind him. These students were invited by Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. Last time, the two of them held the rope and it could be said that they were suffering, so this time they thought of this method. It was a pity that these guys did not know the mystery. When they heard that they could participate in the Dean's flying experiment, each one was happier than the other. Now they were holding the iron wire, and their hands were sore. Only they knew how uncomfortable it was. Finally, one of them could not stand it and said with a constipated face, "Dean, what wind is this? I can't stand it anymore." The person who spoke was Pai Ho, who was hung up on the tree last time. He did not see the spectacular sight of the hot air balloon with his own eyes last time. He was a little unwilling, so he followed. He did not expect the iron wire to be so heavy. Zhang Feng took out the cigarette in his hand and glanced back. "How would I know?" asked the person who dragged you here. He very naturally threw the question to the pot. He was really smart. He was secretly happy. It was not that he did not want to say it, but he was not a god. How could he control the air? Pai Ho saw that his questioning was fruitless, so he turned his gaze to Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. He looked troubled. "Seniors, we can't stand it anymore. Can you put it down first?" After saying that, Pai Ho prepared to put the iron wire in his hand on the ground. Seeing this, Hao Chujun's face changed. He hurriedly went up. "Don't, please don't. What if the wind picks up as soon as you put it down?" Now that he was in front of his teacher, he did not dare to mess things up. Pai Ho was a little embarrassed. Putting it down was not right, but not putting it down was not right either. "Then what do you think we should do? In any case, I can't lift it up. Come. Give me the iron wire. I'll hold it." Hao Chujun took the iron wire and prepared to take it. Chapter 1798. This made Pihu overjoyed. He quickly handed the iron wire to Hao Chu-jun and said with a smile, "Here you go." After saying that, he ran to the side to rest. Ma Zhou took a look and quickly replaced the other students. He was afraid that these guys would screw up the experiment. He would be more at ease if he did it himself. Zhang Feng saw all of this and could see that these two people were really concerned about the experiment. It seemed that the reprimand in the morning was indeed serious. He thought to himself, "I'll appease these two later." After a moment, a trace of coldness came from the dry sky. The surrounding leaves rustled and their clothes fluttered. "Teacher, the wind is blowing." Ma Zhou faced the cold wind and was as excited as a child. As soon as he said that, a gust of wind blew and the coarse cloth was lifted. Following the squeals of the live pig, the hot air balloon was blown into the sky. Everyone raised their heads and put their hands on their foreheads. They looked at the flying scene with joy. Zhang Feng was no exception. He held the cigarette in his mouth and half raised his head. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. The hot air balloon was blown higher and higher, flying into the distance. They could only see the shadows on the ground and the dissatisfied sounds of the live pig. "The hot air balloon has flown far away. Quickly chase after it or we won't be able to find it later." Zhang Feng took the cigarette but that was about to burn out and threw it at his feet. He shouted at the stunned crowd. After saying that, he ran in the direction of the hot air balloon. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng's back and realized something. They quickly followed behind him. The hot air balloon was blown by the gust of wind as if it had an engine. It kept floating into the distance without any intention of falling. Zhang Feng led everyone to chase after it. He was afraid that he would fall behind. This thing had a brazier on it. If it fell in that flammable place, it would be a disaster. In addition, it was still winter and the weather was dry. If it touched a little fire, it would immediately catch fire. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. But then again, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun's improved hot air balloon was much better than the previous one. Last time, the wind was so strong that the hot air balloon fell after a while. This time it was amazing. Not only did it not fall, it floated further and further away. Thinking of this, he turned around and glanced at the two of them. Suddenly, he felt that these two fellows were much more pleasing to the eye. "Teacher, what happened to the two of us?" Ma Zhou gasped and asked as he ran. "You two brats want me to chase a kite with you? And you're asking me what's wrong?" Zhang Feng took a deep breath and scolded jokingly. Hao Chu-jun awkwardly scratched his head. He could tell that his teacher was praising them and not scolding them. It was already not easy for the hot air balloon to become like this. Ma Zhou, on the other hand, was as dumb as a wooden fish. With a troubled expression, he asked, "Teacher, I'm sorry. Why don't you take a rest first and let us look for her?" "Rest my ass. Hurry up and find them. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences if something happens." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Ma Zhou, turned around, and continued to run forward. This disciple was good in every way. Sometimes he was just a little stubborn and couldn't think straight. At this moment, someone shouted, "Director, the hot air balloon has stopped in front." Hearing this, Zhang Feng stopped and glanced ahead. Sure enough, the hot air balloon had stopped at the edge of the field in front. "Everyone, speed up. Hurry up." With that, he once again took a step forward and ran toward the hot air balloon. The people behind him also seemed to be full of energy and ran forward. Finally, the group of people reached the hot air balloon under unremitting efforts. Fortunately, the brazier had been extinguished. The coarse cloth did not have any traces of burning, and more importantly, the pig was still alive. However, it seemed to have suffered serious injuries as it lay on the ground and kept groaning. Seeing this, everyone's hanging hearts were also relieved. They formed a circle with their knees on their arms, panting heavily as they watched the brilliant results in front of them. After a while, seeing that they had rested enough, Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Everyone has worked hard this time. I'm very satisfied with the hot air balloon you made." Hearing this, everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked at Zhang Feng with surprise. They were all students and what they needed the most was the director's affirmation. Today, the director personally praised them. How could they not be happy? Especially Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. They had just been reprimanded in the morning. To be honest, at that time, the two of them were still a little unhappy. After all, they were reprimanded in front of so many people. Who would want some face? But now, their teacher actually affirmed their work. This made the two of them feel like they had been reborn after a disaster. Thank you, teacher, for your praise. We will work harder in the future. Hao Chujun looked at Zhang Feng and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Ma Zhou clenched his fists and was a little excited. Not bad, teacher. This hot air balloon still has some flaws. We have made you accompany us for so long. Next time, we will definitely improve. As soon as his voice fell, Hao Chujun rolled his eyes and glared at him. This guy really has a one-track mind. We were clearly talking about happy things. Why did he bring up chasing hot air balloons? Is he not afraid of teacher's anger? Chapter 1799. Thinking of this, he secretly glanced at Zhang Feng. The latter had a calm expression as if nothing had happened. In fact, he had long been used to Ma Zhou's stubbornness. If he didn't care about it, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Zhang Feng glanced at the experimental equipment on the ground and said to Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun, "Find someone to transport the equipment back. I have something to say to you." Hearing this, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun's hearts skipped a beat. Was their teacher blaming them for what happened in the morning? But their teacher had already reprimanded them once. Their teacher wouldn't hold it against them. Was it because of the hot air balloon? Yes, it must be because of this. The two looked at each other and prepared to take the initiative to apologize to their teacher after everyone left and plead for leniency. That was the only thing they could do. The two sighed and glanced at the crowd. You can go to class after transporting the equipment back. No one dared to say anything. They could only take the experimental equipment and walk in the direction of the classroom. Seeing that almost everyone had left, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun looked at each other and said tacitly, "Teacher, we know our mistake. Please punish us." Hearing this, Zhang Feng was instantly amused. He didn't intend to punish the two of them. Besides, they didn't do anything wrong. What were they talking about? Could it be that these two fellows had done something wrong again? Did they come here to ask for punishment? With doubts in his mind, he probed, "What did you do wrong? Tell me in detail." This? The two looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. They really didn't know what they did wrong. They just guessed that their teacher blamed them for letting him chase the hot air balloon. Otherwise, why would their teacher leave them alone? To see the winter scenery? We shouldn't have let our teacher chase the hot air balloon. Please punish us. Ma Zhou lowered his head and voiced out his conjecture. Chase the hot air balloon? Zhang Feng smiled. So these two guys thought that he left them here because of this? Did they think he was too petty? He couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I left you here because of this? Isn't that the case? Ma Zhou was a little confused. Hao Chujun was the same. They originally had good thoughts, but now they were all overturned by their teacher. I'm not so petty as to punish you for such a small matter. Zhang Feng faintly smiled. Then master is? Hao Chujun asked respectfully. He didn't dare to make any wild guesses about this benefactor in front of him. Zhang Feng looked at the two of them with a serious expression. I asked you to stay behind because I want to tell you some things. Since he was going to impart knowledge, it was better to be serious. Hearing those words, the two of them shuddered. This was because they knew that being able to listen to their teacher's teachings was something that could only be encountered by chance. To be able to meet him today was simply a gift from the heavens. The two of them looked at each other and cupped their hands together. Teacher, please speak. This student will definitely listen with respectful attention. Zhang Feng did not speak immediately. Instead, he took out a cigarette from his waist. Naturally, he had to brew it for a while. When he put the cigarette in his mouth and was about to take out the lighter, the sharp-eyed Hao Chujun hurriedly took out the lighter from his waist and lit it. He handed it to Zhang Feng's mouth and said flatteringly, "Here, teacher." He glanced at Hao Chujun and secretly thought that this child was sensible. He lit the cigarette with his mouth, took a deep breath and exhaled the smoke. Then, he patted Hao Chujun's hand and motioned for him to take back the lighter. Hao Chujun was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning, but seeing that his teacher's cigarette had been lit, he put away the lighter and turned to return to his original position. At this moment, he saw Ma Zhou's resentful eyes. However, he chose to ignore it. The corner of his mouth even raised a trace of pride. He thought to himself, "You want to fight with me with this little guy?" Ahem. Zhang Feng deliberately coughed twice and straightened his face. He looked at the two of them and said, "Let's start with the matter of someone calling you teacher this morning. Do you know why I reprimanded you?" Hearing this, the two of them were a little nervous. They could see that their teacher attached great importance to this issue from the morning. However, they still made a mistake under their teacher's eyes. It was really a bit like being caught as a thief. And now, their teacher actually brought up this issue again. Suddenly, the two of them were a little overwhelmed. "Teacher, this student doesn't know. Please enlighten me." Ma Zhou's face was a little ugly. "Then I'll explain the reason to you one by one today." Zhang Feng took a deep breath and glanced at the two of them. Then he slowly said, "In fact, I'm doing this for your own good. If you want to be someone's teacher, you must first have your own skills. Then you must know the wisdom of others. You must know your own wisdom. You must keep your words and act accordingly. You must have a virtue and set an example for your disciples. You must not hide anything from your disciples. You must not beat or scold them. You must not speak ill of them. You must be qualified." As his voice fell, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun looked at each other and couldn't help but blush. Chapter 1800. Both of them couldn't do what their teacher had said. Since they couldn't do it, how could they have the face to be someone else's teacher? "Teacher." Disciple is terrified. Ma Zhou lowered his head and his hands trembled. It was not because of what his teacher had said, but because he did not think that he was qualified to be someone else's teacher. Hao Chujun also lowered his head, looking like he was being taught a lesson. "You don't have to be afraid. I'm just explaining some of the theories of being a teacher to you. After all, you'll be the teachers of others in the future." Zhang Feng smiled and comforted the two of them. Then he continued, "Let me tell you about the standards of being a disciple." Seeing that Zhang Feng had no intention of blaming them, the two hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "Yes, master." Zhang Feng nodded and continued, "As a disciple, the first thing you have to do is to obey the teaching tasks assigned by your master. You can't turn a deaf ear to your master's teaching, refuse at will, and be lazy. You have to listen carefully, learn actively, respect your teachers, love your fellow disciples, and serve your master when necessary." "Yes, teacher. Disciple will definitely do as teacher says." The two of them said in unison, "Since you can do it, I won't say anything more." Zhang Feng took a deep puff of his cigarette and glanced at the two of them. "Next, I'll talk to you about the way to conduct yourself in the world. The way to conduct yourself in the world is to complement each other with kindness and tranquility." The ancient masters took things in silence, without any change in expression, so that others could not know what they were thinking. The utmost sincerity of the Tao was to be erudite, to interrogate, to think carefully, to distinguish, and to carry out. Humility of the heart, sincerity of the mind, humility of the body, lowliness of the voice, subtlety of the view, and farsightedness of the dream. This is the way of learning steadfastly. In the way of learning, one must be open-minded, meticulous, and subtle. There is nothing that one cannot learn to succeed. Doing a good deed will make one's fists submit to you and not lose it. Knowing something will make one's fists submit to you and not lose it. Getting love will make one's fists submit to you. The two of them were stunned and looked at each other. They were a little confused because they felt like they were in the clouds. "Teacher, can you explain the meaning behind this?" Hao Chujun scratched his head. He didn't quite understand, and so did Ma Zhou. "All right, I'll explain it to you." Zhang Feng nodded and said patiently, "When dealing with people, you have to be firm and soft at the same time. You can't show off your courage or be timid. If you have righteousness in your heart, you will naturally be invincible." Since ancient times, the masters have always been quiet and expressionless, so that others don't know what they are thinking. The highest level of learning is to be erudite, to ask questions often, to think calmly, and to distinguish right from wrong. When you are with others, you have to be humble and sincere, lower your status, lower your voice, observe others' every move, and have big dreams. This is the way of learning. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun shuddered. His teacher's words were simply words of wisdom. These words seemed to have enlightened the two of them, allowing them to see the light at once. Decades of knowledge seemed to gush out at this moment. They froze on the spot, carefully savoring these words. Zhang Feng looked at the two in a daze and was a little confused. He couldn't help but ask, "Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, are you all right?" Hearing this, the two of them seemed to wake up from a dream and slowly looked at Zhang Feng. "Teacher, what you just said was wise words. I was intoxicated for a moment and couldn't extricate myself. Please forgive me." Hao Chujun cupped his hands and his body was trembling. "Yes, teacher. I was also intoxicated just now." Ma Zhou looked at Zhang Feng with admiration. His face was full of respect. Good, good, good. Since both of you have been enlightened, I didn't come in vain this time." Zhang Feng put his hands behind his back, looking like a master. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the reaction of the two. He was not bragging, but he really hoped that the two of them could become talents. "Everything is almost done. Now I'll tell you about this hot air balloon." Seeing the two of them humbly asking for advice, Zhang Feng planned to explain the principle of the hot air balloon once. "Thank you, teacher. We are all ears," the two of them said in unison. Zhang Feng nodded and said as he walked, "The hot air balloon uses heated air or some airflow to affect it. You all know this, right?" After that, he looked at the two behind him. Seeing Zhang Feng in front, the two of them followed and nodded. Not only that, there are many airflows in the sky that can cause the hot air balloon to float. In addition, the heating in the brazier below is constantly stirring the coarse cloth, causing the airflow in the middle to compress. This is the principle that controls the hot air balloon to float up and down. You can also understand it as thermal expansion and contraction. Zhang Feng said as he walked with his hands behind his back. Thermal expansion and contraction? Ma Zhou scratched his head and was puzzled. "Teacher, what is thermal expansion and contraction?" Zhang Feng stopped walking and glanced at the two of them. He earnestly said, "Thermal expansion and cold contraction mean that when an object is hot, it will expand and contract when it is cold. For example, this hot air balloon is made of coarse cloth. When it is hot, it will expand, and when it is cold, it will contract. Do you understand?" Chapter 1801. The two of them nodded as if they understood. Seeing this, Zhang Feng continued, "But the effect of this coarse cloth is not very good. It is too porous. You can try a new material next time." "Teacher, what material should we use?" Ma Zhou asked subconsciously. Hearing this, Zhang Feng paused. The hot air balloons of later generations were basically made of reinforced nylon or polyester. These two materials were relatively light and very strong. The most important thing was that they were not breathable. But there were no such materials now. Although the coarse cloth could be used temporarily, it was too porous. He had to change to another material. But what to change to was difficult for him. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun stood aside and did not dare to say anything, for fear of interrupting their teacher's thoughts. About a quarter of an hour later, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth as he slowly said, "Change it to silk." "Silk?" Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun looked at each other and said almost at the same time, because they all knew that silk was very expensive in the Tang dynasty. Generally, only rich people had the money to use it. Now their teacher said to use silk. Where could they get it? Seeming to see the two of them, Zhang Feng smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. I will get it for you." In fact, he had long wanted to change to another material, but he just thought of silk and said it. Silk had good hygroscopicity, ultraviolet resistance, and heat resistance. With these characteristics, the hot air balloon could operate normally whether it was hot or rainy. Although it was a little expensive, it was still worth a try. After all, research was to find the right way out of thousands of wrong ways. Seeing Zhang Feng say so, the two of them did not say anything and nodded together. "Yes, teacher. Not only that, you can also try to change other experimental equipment." Zhang Feng glanced at the two of them and said, now the hot air balloon had taken off, but it still needed the help of wind. It must be constantly experimented with other materials and replaced. Yes, teacher. We understand. The two of them cupped their hands and replied. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with these two disciples. They had good comprehension ability, and he believed that they would not let him down. Since you all understand, I'll take my leave first. If you have any questions, come to the academy to look for me. He glanced at the two of them and was very pleased. After saying that, he walked towards the door of the laboratory. Disciple respectfully sends off master. The two of them said in unison, there's no need to send me off. It's not like I can't find my way. Zhang Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun were stunned for a moment. They knew that their teacher was not a pedantic scholar who was bound by etiquette, so they did not pay much attention to it. They stood where they were and pretended to send him off respectfully. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and walked out of the door alone. It seemed that the pacification this time had a good effect. The two of them also had an appearance of humility. Along the way, he was thinking about the silk. Now the silk of the Tang dynasty was more expensive than gold. It was a little difficult to get it. However, coarse cloth was indeed not a long-term solution. It was easy to leak. It seemed that he had to ask Cheng Chumo and the others for help. He did not speak on the way back. In a moment, he returned to the academy. At this time, it was the end of the class. The academy was full of laughter. A few roars could be heard from the basketball court. The students who had free time strolled in the academy. When they saw Zhang Feng, they all went up to greet him. Hello, Dean. Hello. Zhang Feng smiled and continued to walk to his residence. However, when he passed by the basketball court, a resentful sigh attracted his attention. He saw a group of people around the basketball court. They were wearing short-sleeved shirts and seemed to be discussing something. Zhang Feng's curiosity led him to walk over. He looked at the people sitting around and could not help but ask, "What are you all doing here?" Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. When they saw that it was Zhang Feng, they quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Hello, Dean." Zhang Feng nodded and continued to ask, "What are you all talking about here?" Everyone lowered their heads and looked at each other. It seemed that they had something to say. Zhang Feng was a little annoyed. He glanced at an acquaintance in the crowd and said, "Yun Ping, tell me, what's going on? Don't dawdle like a woman." This? Yun Ping looked at the crowd hesitantly. In the end, he made up his mind and said slowly, "Dean, it's like this. After class, we played with another team in the academy. We didn't expect that we would lose." At this point, he paused and blushed. "What happened after that? Continue." Zhang Feng hurriedly urged. Just when he was getting excited, this kid actually stopped talking. He really suspected that this guy was deliberately whetting his appetite. He had to teach him a lesson in the future. After that, we were not convinced and agreed to play again later. Now, aren't we here to discuss tactics? Yun Ping was a little resentful. As he spoke, he would turn around and glance at his companions. It was as if he was saying, "It's all your fault. Now you've been caught by the dean." He was like a little quail. He lowered his head and waited for Zhang Feng's punishment. The people behind him were the same. They lowered their heads as if they were afraid that Zhang Feng would punish them. Chapter 1802. However, Zhang Feng didn't seem to care. Instead, he scolded with a smile. "You guys don't study hard but play basketball enthusiastically. How is it? Have you come up with a strategy?" He also had his youth, so he didn't object to this. After all, young people had to be courageous. Moreover, this was the Tang dynasty. If they didn't have any courage, wouldn't they be slaves? Yun Ping shook his head, indicating that he didn't. "No." Zhang Feng smiled, then twisted his wrist and pinched his biceps. "Then I'll be a good person and help you guys teach these guys a lesson." He rarely had the chance to exercise usually. If he didn't have something to do in the research institute, he would have something to do in the forging factory. Today, he happened to have this opportunity to exercise. Unfortunately, these guys seemed to be a little dumb. They didn't understand what Zhang Feng meant and put on a silly look. Zhang Feng was a little speechless. He rolled his eyes at these students who didn't understand. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and train. I'll join you guys later. As soon as he said that, everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked at Zhang Feng excitedly. It was as if they couldn't believe what he said. Because in their hearts, the dean had always been a high and mighty person with profound knowledge. Why would he play basketball with them today for the first time? Was this **King illusion? Could it be that the dean took the wrong medicine? Or was the dean pitying them? Dean, is what you said true? You want to play with us? Yun Ping was a little in disbelief. He wanted to confirm it. Zhang Feng was a little annoyed and scolded with a smile. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get ready for training. Hearing this, everyone was ready to confirm their inner thoughts. They jumped 8 feet high and kept exclaiming, because they knew that the dean's basketball skills were the best in the entire institute. It would be a piece of cake for him to beat those brats on the opposite side. Moreover, with the dean's identity, who would dare to touch him? Thinking of this, they were very excited. One by one, they took the basketball and practiced on the field. Zhang Feng naturally didn't want to fall behind and joined them. At first, everyone was a little unused to it because this was the first time they played with Zhang Feng. Slowly, they got along well with everyone. At this moment, a provocative voice came from not far away. Hey, are you guys still fighting or not? Don't tell me you're planning to be a coward? Ha ha ha. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Feng put down the basketball in his hand and looked in the direction of the voice. On the opposite side, there were also a few students wearing short-sleeved shirts and holding basketballs. It seemed that this was the team just now. At this moment, the students on the opposite side were also looking at Zhang Feng. Their smug expressions from a second ago suddenly collapsed and were replaced by bitter expressions. Dean, you're here? You're playing too. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Ziyuan looked at Zhang Feng with an awkward expression. He didn't know what to say. He just wanted to run away as soon as possible. If the dean found out that he bullied a classmate, he didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive. Wait! Zhang Feng stopped Ziyuan, who was about to leave, and smiled faintly. What are you afraid of? I'm here to play basketball. Ziyuan was a little confused. The dean wasn't angry? This surprised him a little. Seeing that the dean's expression didn't seem to be fake, he mustered up his courage and smiled. Dean, you're not going to stand up for these guys, are you? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Look at you guys, don't you look like women? Let's start. Zhang Feng waved his hand, not caring about his identity at all. Dean, since you said so, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Ziyuan was very confident. His team was one of the best in the academy. Even if the dean joined, he might not be a match for him. Moreover, he had just made a bet with Yun Ping and the others. He couldn't leave so easily. That's more like a man. Zhang Feng nodded and took the opportunity to hit the basketball in his hand twice. Let's start. With that, the two teams stood on the center line, and the battle began just like that. In the beginning, Ziyuan's team still had the upper hand and couldn't help but feel proud. However, ever since Zhang Feng scored 2 3-pointers, Ziyuan began to become dispirited. He wasn't afraid of Zhang Feng's identity as the dean, but these guys on the opposite side seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. In the last game, when the dean hadn't joined, they were beaten by him until they couldn't raise their heads. Now that the dean was here, it was as if he had changed into a different person. He was stronger than a bull and couldn't be defended at all. What he didn't know was that all of this was thanks to Zhang Feng. Yun Ping and the others were originally disheartened, but ever since Zhang Feng came, the fire in their hearts was reignited. Seeing the dean commanding the wind and clouds on the court, they naturally didn't want to fall behind and used all their strength in their lives. Finally, Ziyuan couldn't stand the cruel abuse of these guys. He put his hands on his knees and begged for mercy. No more, no more. What? You admit defeat? Yun Ping looked at his opponent proudly and played with the basketball in his hand. Okay, I admit defeat. Chapter 1803. Ziyuan glanced at Yun Ping, then looked at Zhang Feng and gave him a pleading look. Dean, Please be magnanimous and let me go. Okay, you don't have to pretend to be pitiful. Zhang Feng scolded with a smile. He didn't care about winning or losing. He just wanted to exercise a little. Ziyuan nodded gratefully and had to lead the team away angrily. Just as they left, Yunping and the others couldn't stay calm. They swarmed in front of Zhang Feng. All of them looked happy, but they didn't say anything. This scene made Zhang Feng feel a little strange. These guys couldn't be thinking of celebrating with him, right? He had to run away quickly. Thinking of this, he hurriedly pushed the crowd away and prepared to slip away. Just as he was about to leave, Yunping grabbed his arm. Then, he felt his other arm being grabbed by someone. Oh no, there was someone else's leg. Yunping, you guys. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Feng's feet left the ground and he suddenly floated up. No, to be precise, he was lifted up by someone. Everyone exerted their strength together. Zhang Feng was lifted up high and he kept exclaiming, "Dean, Dean, Dean." Zhang Feng was not prepared for his body that was suddenly suspended in the air. He could only yell subconsciously, "You bastards, wait for me to come down and teach you a lesson." He was a little scared. He was afraid that the guy who didn't know the severity of the situation would suddenly hurt his smart head. However, the crowd didn't seem to care about his shouts. They continued exerting their strength and cheering, because to them, the Dean was their savior. The game that they were about to lose just now was revived. Of course, the reason why everyone worshipped Zhang Feng was not only because of this, but also because of his talent and innovation. It was just that poor Zhang Feng's mentality was messed up. He was thinking about how to punish these guys later. At this moment, a loud roar came from not far away. "Fengzi! Fengzi, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Zhang Feng turned his head with his swaying body and glanced. The people who spoke were Chang Chumo and the others. "What took you guys so long? Come and save me." He subconsciously roared because he really didn't want to enjoy this kind of pleasure anymore. Chang Chumo and the others seemed to have understood something. They walked over slowly and did not persuade the crowd to let Zhang Feng down. Instead, they said sarcastically, "Fengzi, is it comfortable up there?" He was from a military family and naturally knew what these people were doing, so he didn't stop them. "Iron Bull, Worm, if you guys don't let me down, I'll teach you a lesson later." Zhang Feng couldn't hold it in any longer and could only open his mouth to threaten. In fact, he himself didn't know how to deal with the other party. Seeing Zhang Feng's discomfort, Chang Chumo smiled. He waved his hand and pulled Yunping and the others. "That's enough. Be careful that your headmaster comes looking for you in the middle of the night." Hearing this, Yunping was a little unhappy. However, when he saw that the dean was a little unhappy, he hurriedly ordered everyone to put Zhang Feng down. Zhang Feng finally landed smoothly. He glanced at everyone and his face turned green and white. It wasn't that he was angry, but that he was a little uncomfortable from being shaken. "You guys only won one competition. Is there a need to be like this? Quickly go back to class." He didn't punish them because he knew that they were excited. Seeing that Zhang Feng wasn't angry, Yunping hurriedly led everyone away. Seeing that everyone had left, Zhang Feng turned to look at Chang Chumo, Zhang Sun, and the others. He was a little dissatisfied. "You guys were still making sarcastic remarks. Are you hoping that I'll die early? How could that be? I just saw that those students were a little excited and couldn't bear to disturb them." Chang Chumo smiled and then looked at the people behind him. "Don't you guys think so?" "Yeah, Fengzi, how does it feel to be in the sky?" Du Go stood out and continued. "I almost vomited. What do you think?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Du Go and said unhappily. After saying that, he found a stone and sat down. He had just been thrown into the sky and had to rest. "Fengzi, were you guys playing basketball just now? What kind of results made everyone throw you into the sky?" Zhang Sun asked curiously. He was the one who liked basketball the most among them, so he naturally paid attention. Zhang Feng casually replied, "It's nothing much. I just turned the tables." *CK, so amazing. Chang Chumo, Zhang Sun, and the others exclaimed almost at the same time. A glimmer of light flashed in their eyes as if they were sizing up Zhang Feng again. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect Feng Zi to be so amazing. Zhang Sun couldn't help but click his tongue. He kept circling Zhang Feng as if he had just met him today. Yeah, why didn't I see it before? Chang Chumo crossed his arms and stroked his chin. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he looked at everyone. It just so happens that we have nothing to do today. Why don't we play a few rounds? Hearing this, Zhang Feng quivered. He didn't want to be thrown into the sky again and hurriedly stopped them. Stop your dangerous thoughts. Do you think that Lao Tzu has lived for too long? What are you saying? We're letting you play basketball, not asking you to die. Chapter 1804. Zhang Sunchong was a little unhappy. He was usually so busy in the textile factory. Now that he finally had time to play basketball, this guy wanted to mess things up? Yeah. Fengzi, are you here to mess things up? If I knew this would happen, I would have asked the students to let you down. Chang Chumo was also grumbling at the side. How could he not be angry when his suggestion was suddenly rejected? I've already played a game. Let me go. Facing these barbaric guys, Zhang Feng could only choose to beg for mercy. No, I'm finally free. Chang Chumo rejected immediately. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Feng's arm, then looked at Zhang Sunchong. Bug, come and help. Hearing this, Zhang Sunchong quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Feng's other arm. Dugo naturally did not want to be left behind. He wanted to hug Zhang Feng's leg. You bandits! How can you force people to play basketball? Zhang Feng's hands and feet were flailing around, constantly resisting. However, the others did not seem to care. They grabbed Zhang Feng's arm and leg and were about to lift it up. Stop! 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 Zhang Feng was a little overwhelmed and quickly begged for mercy. Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other and hesitated. In the end, Chang Chumo asked, "What do you want? How about we go for a drink? We haven't gathered together in a long time." Zhang Feng smiled and began to tempt the crowd with his gourmet skills. Don't you guys miss barbecue skewers, braised meat, and hot pot? Hearing this, Chang Chumo immediately could not take a step forward. Gulp. He could not help but swallow his saliva. He glanced at Zhang Sunchong beside him, as if to say, "Why don't we go for hot pot? What's so fun about basketball?" Zhang Sunchong's face was firm, as if he had made up his mind to play basketball. Seeing this, Chang Chumo did not say anything. After all, he was the one who made the most noise just now. It would be inappropriate to say no now. However, the temptation of delicious food had been deeply engraved in his mind, lingering for a long time. Only the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. When Zhang Feng heard this, he secretly thought that there was hope, so he continued to say, "It's a pity that no one has tasted my good old wine. Originally, I saw that you all came today and wanted to drink it together, but it seems that there is no chance. And the roasted flour duck and beggar's chicken, unfortunately, no one has tasted them. Lao Tzu can't hold it in anymore." Chang Chumo let go of Zhang Feng and glanced at Zhang Sun. Bug, what's so fun about basketball? Drinking is more important. After saying that, he didn't care about the other party's reaction and grabbed Zhang Feng. Feng Zi, where's your good wine? Take me there quickly. Zhang Feng rubbed his aching butt and tried to squeeze out a smile. The wine is at my place. Hearing this, Chang Chumo grabbed Zhang Feng's shoulder and laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. After saying that, he grabbed Zhang Feng and ran out of the residence, not giving the other party a chance to talk back. Zhang Sun and Du Go hurriedly followed behind, afraid that they would be a step too late. Although the two of them liked to play basketball, they also liked good wine. Moreover, they could play basketball at any time, but there would be no wine if they didn't drink it. The group of people rushed to the residence. Zhang Feng could be said to be the most uncomfortable. He was sandwiched in the middle by these three guys and couldn't go up or down. Chang Chumo was so strong that he couldn't even move. Finally, everyone arrived at the residence. Chang Chumo put down Zhang Feng and said impatiently, "Feng Zi, where's your wine? Why are you in such a hurry? Since we are here, are you afraid that I will run away?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Chumo and said in a bad mood, "How can there be wine without food? I will go to the cafeteria and get some food." After saying that, he turned and walked out of the door. However, before he stepped out of the door, he was stopped by Chang Chumo. "Wait, I will go with you. What if you run away?" Chang Chumo leaned on the door and looked at Zhang Feng with his two nostrils. "Okay, come if you want." Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently and walked out of the door. Chang Chumo was like a shadow, following closely behind Zhang Feng, afraid that the other party would not give up the good wine and take the opportunity to run away. The two of them walked to the cafeteria one after the other. After a while, they arrived and ordered some hot pot, braised meat, and the like. Zhang Feng took some light things. As for the big pot, it was naturally taken by Chang Chumo. That guy even had a smile on his face, as if he had found a treasure. When they returned to the residence, Zhang Sun and Du Go were already impatient from waiting. They quickly took the braised meat from Zhang Feng's hands. "Feng Zi, why were you gone for so long?" As he spoke, his hand unconsciously picked up a piece of braised meat and put it into his mouth. "Okay, don't pretend to be obedient. Set up the pot and start the fire." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun and said in a bad mood. Hearing that, Chang Chumo quickly put down the big pot in front of him and prepared to set it up. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, turned around to get the wine. These were the wines that he brought when he came to the academy. He had not drunk them all this time. He did not expect to let these idiots take advantage of him today. Thinking of this, he was a little unhappy. However, he had no choice. If he did not take out the wine, these guys would drag him to play basketball. He did not want to be lifted up again. When he got the wine bottle, he turned around and saw that Chang Chumo and the others had almost finished the hot pot. They were just waiting for the dishes to be served. Chapter 1805. Feng Zi, come quickly. We've been waiting for your good wine. Chang Chumo looked at the wine bottle and was a little impatient. Coming, coming. Zhang Feng carried the wine bottle to the side of the crowd and opened the lid. In an instant, the fragrance of food gushed out. Come, come, come. Pour. Chang Chumo let out a silly laugh and raised the wine bowl high up in the air. Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go were also drooling as they waited for the wine in Zhang Feng's hands. Since they had already taken it out, Zhang Feng was not stingy and filled everyone's cup. Seeing that the wine bowl in his hand was full, Chang Chumo could no longer suppress the alcohol worm in his stomach and drank half the bowl in one gulp. Instantly, he felt a surge of heat in his throat, and the fragrance of the food stimulated every taste buds. "Ah! Feng Zi, this wine of yours is really good." Du Go looked at the wine bowl in his hand and could not help but praise. "Of course." Zhang Feng's lips curled into a proud smile. He then glanced at the crowd and said, "Don't just drink. Hurry up and eat." He knew that these guys were all drunkards. It was as if they could not fill their stomachs. If they continued to drink like this, his wine would run out sooner or later. He had to quickly ask them to eat. Once they were full, they would naturally drink less. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat and drink." Du Go picked up a plate and poured it into the hot pot. Zhang Sun Chong did not want to be left behind. He poured all the food he brought back into the hot pot. At this moment, the hot pot was boiling happily. Waves of smoke rose into the air, mixed with the fragrance of the braised meat and vegetables. The entire room seemed to be covered by a layer of fog. The fragrance lingered and constantly attacked the taste buds of the four people. "The food is cooked. Hurry up and eat." Zhang Feng picked up his chopsticks and did not wait for the others to eat first. When the other three saw this, they quickly picked up their chopsticks and stirred in the pot. "Iron Bull, how's the textile factory?" Zhang Feng picked up a piece of braised meat and placed it in his bowl to dry. He then glanced at Chang Chumo, who was about to drink. "Textile factory?" Chang Chumo put down his wine bowl and smiled. His face was full of pride. "It's not that I want to brag, but now the textile factory is doing very well. Almost all the merchants in the whole country are coming to our textile factory to order. Will you die if you stop bragging?" Zhang Feng put the braised meat into his mouth and rolled his eyes at Chang Chumo. "Hey, if you don't believe me, let the worm tell you." Chang Chumo was a little unconvinced. He glanced at Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun naturally understood. He put down the bowl in his hand and looked at Zhang Feng with his two nostrils. Feng Zi, our textile factory is now the largest in Chang'an. Almost all the cloth in Chang and is supplied by us. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. He did not expect that when he handed over the textile factory to these guys, they could still do such a big thing. It seems that I don't have to worry about the silk anymore. Hey, brothers, can you guys help me get some silk? Zhang Feng raised his wine bowl to the three of them with a smile on his face. There was no other way. When asking for help, one had to offer a toast. Feng Zi, what do you want silk for? Chang Chumo picked up his wine bowl and was a little puzzled. Generally, silk was used to make clothes or handkerchiefs for wealthy families. Moreover, clothes were made in professional workshops. If one made it himself, it would destroy the goods. Didn't the Research Institute come up with something new recently? Zhang Feng took a sip, then put down his wine bowl and looked at everyone. I'm looking for experimental materials and found that many things are not suitable, so I want to try silk. What the hell is that thing? Why don't you tell us? Dugo put down his wine bowl with a look of curiosity. The others also looked at Zhang Feng curiously. They usually stayed in the textile factory and were bored out of their wits. Now that there was something new, how could they not be interested? Seeing the curious look on everyone's face, Zhang Feng smiled proudly and deliberately coughed twice, put on the look of an expert, and glanced at everyone. Ahem, this, I shouldn't tell you guys, but seeing that you guys are humbly asking for advice, I will reluctantly tell you guys. Okay, hurry up and say it. Chang Chumo was a little impatient. This damn guy knows how to keep people in suspense. Why are you so impatient? Zhang Feng secretly spat. Seeing that the time was right, he slowly said, the thing I'm researching this time is called a hot air balloon. Simply put, it uses air and fuel and other things to bring living things up into the sky. What the F***ck? Chang Chumo exclaimed. He suddenly jumped up. He looked at Zhang Feng with a look of horror, his chest rising and falling. What is so powerful? It can actually lift people up into the sky? Yes, Feng Zi, what do you think this is? Is it so awesome? Zhang Sun and Du Go's eyes were wide open, and their faces were red to the neck. It was unknown whether it was the effect of the alcohol or their own excitement. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with their reaction. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Sit down. Don't get too excited. This is just a small matter. Small matter my ass, if what you said is true, then it's a big deal. Chapter 1806. Chang Chumo was still as loud as ever. His excitement made his voice a little hoarse, because he knew the pros and cons of this. If they could really go up into the sky, then why did they have to spend so much effort to attack the Turks? If they directly dropped a few bombs from the sky, wouldn't that be taking the lives of those bastards? Moreover, if they could go up into the sky with this thing, would they be able to live forever? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. Instead, he threw this question to Zhang Feng. He stared at Zhang Feng with goosebumps all over his body. Feng Zi, where's that thing you were talking about? Can you let me see it? Chang Chumo looked at Zhang Feng with a face full of excitement. He almost knelt on the ground. There's no problem with looking at it. It's just that we're lacking some silk. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and smiled. He originally wanted to get some silk from these guys and was afraid that they wouldn't agree. Now, these guys seemed to be very interested in this hot air balloon. There was nothing to be afraid of in the future. Damn, isn't it just silk? I'll get it for you. Chang Chumo patted his strong chest and agreed. Yes, our textile factory still has a little bit of silk. Zhang Sun Chong also hurriedly chimed in. He did not want to be monopolized when the time came. Needless to say, Dugo repeatedly promised as if he was afraid that he wouldn't see it. Seeing the three of them agree, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He smiled and said, okay, then after we finish drinking, you guys go and get some silk. After that, he picked up the wine bowl and began to drink. Chang Chumo at the side was not happy. He snatched the wine bowl and hurriedly shouted, what's the point of drinking? With this thing, isn't it better than drinking wine? Yes, Feng Zi, you're not deliberately stalling for time, right? Zhang Sun also instantly felt that the wine in his hand was not fragrant. He looked at Zhang Feng with a questioning face. How can that be? It's not easy for you to come here, so we can't waste this good wine. Zhang Feng smiled embarrassedly and tried to snatch the wine bowl from Chang Chumo's hand. The hot air balloon could be seen at any time. It wasn't like it would run away. The wine had already been taken out, but every sip was gone. Chang Chumo couldn't take it anymore. He put the bowl of wine aside and pulled Zhang Feng up. Feng Zi, don't drink anymore. I'll go find you some silk. Then, take us to see that thing of yours that can ascend to the heavens. After that, he grabbed Zhang Feng's arm and ran out of the door. Tai Nyo, you mother asterisk cur. Can't you wait for Lao Tzu to finish drinking? Zhang Feng used both his hands and feet to try to break free, but it was to no avail. This guy was too strong. Let's go to the textile factory to look for silk. Zhang Sun also ran out with a bottle of wine. Du Go also followed out with a plate of unfinished braised meat. He followed closely behind them and ran to the textile factory. They didn't care about Zhang Feng's feelings, as long as they could see that thing that could ascend to the heavens. In this way, Zhang Feng was dragged by this group of bandits to the textile factory. The textile factory was also built on the mountainside of Shao Mountain, not far from the academy. The group soon arrived at their destination. Chang Chumo let go of Zhang Feng and smiled embarrassedly. Feng Zi, now that we've arrived at the textile factory, you can choose whatever silk you want. Zhang Feng shook his wrist and rolled his eyes at this rude guy. If it weren't for the hot air balloon, he would have beaten this guy up. Although he might not be able to beat him, he still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Okay, let's go in and take a look, he replied in a bad mood. After that, he walked into the textile factory and saw a large piece of cloth coming into view. Countless machines were operating, and there were more or less 2 people standing next to each machine. They used tools to pull the cloth that had just been processed, and then pass the cloth to another group of people who would then color and dry it. Next to them, there was a pile of cotton neatly placed there. 3 to 5 workers were using their hands to stuff the cotton into a cylinder of cloth, which looked no different from the pillows in the future. Next to them, there was a group of machines that were also processing something, neatly placing the cloth into the cylinder. After a while, some handicrafts with patterns came out. Looking at it carefully, it was definitely a 4-piece bed set. Feng Zi, take whatever you like. The silk has already been taken. Chang Chumo put his hands on his hips, looking rich and imposing. This made Zhang Feng a little uncomfortable. Damn it, if it weren't for Lao Tzu handing over the textile factory to you, would you be showing off in front of Lao Tzu now? Let me take a look first. He glanced at Chang Chumo and walked to the cloth alone to choose. Zhang Sun and a few others followed behind Zhang Feng and put on a very imposing look, as if to say, take your pick. These are all mine. Zhang Feng chose to ignore all of this and picked the cloth by himself. This won't do. It's too porous. This thing is too heavy, it won't do either. He picked up a piece of cloth and looked at it, then put it down in disgust. Although this time they came for the silk, it didn't affect looking at other fabrics. Maybe there was something more suitable than silk. Chapter 1807. However, after looking at so many, he obviously did not find anything that caught his eye. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Du Go walked over with a piece of silk and handed it to Zhang Feng. Feng Zi, I've brought the silk for you. What do you think? Zhang Feng took it and stroked it lightly. It was indeed incomparably smooth. However, he did not know how breathable it was. De Bing, how breathable is the silk? He asked as he stroked the silk. It's breathable. I've never tried it before, so I don't know. Du Go shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Don't worry so much. Since we've got the silk, let's go take a look at that thing you were talking about. Chang Chumo, who was at the side, was getting impatient and kept yelling. All right, let's go. Zhang Feng replied casually and glanced at the other fabrics. It seemed that there was nothing better than silk. After saying that, the group walked towards the laboratory. The textile factory was not far from the laboratory. Based on the group's speed, They would arrive in a few minutes. At this time, the laboratory was just after class. The campus was filled with laughter, and there were also people running on the basketball court. Feng Zi, where are those things of yours? Chang Chumo looked at Zhang Feng and asked curiously. Zhang Feng did not reply. He felt very annoyed. This guy had asked the same question more than a dozen times along the way. Now that they had just arrived at the laboratory, it was starting again. Feng Zi, say something. Chang Chumo was still asking patiently. Zhang Feng shook his head and ignored him. He walked towards the laboratory to look for Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. Seeing Zhang Feng quicken his pace, the three people behind him quickly followed, afraid that they would miss something. When they arrived at the laboratory, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun were indeed inside. Zhang Feng quickly went forward. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, where did you put the experiment equipment? Hearing this, the two of them turned around. When they saw Zhang Feng, they cupped their hands and said, "So it's Master. Please forgive us for not coming out to welcome you. Enough of this nonsense. Where is the experimental equipment?" Zhang Feng waved his hand. He hated this kind of red tape the most. "Teacher, the experimental equipment is here." Ma Zhou pointed to a corner by the wall. "All right then, take out everything you have. Today I will personally conduct an experiment." Zhang Feng glanced at the corner and nodded. Hearing this, the two of them were a little excited and repeatedly agreed. It was a great honor to be able to see their teacher personally do experiments. Maybe they could learn something from it. They quickly turned around and picked up the experimental equipment in the corner and went to their teacher, ready to wait for orders. Zhang Feng nodded slightly and walked out of the door. Na Chengxiang had just walked out of the door when a huge body bumped into him. Bang! Zhang Feng was knocked back 2 steps. He subconsciously raised his head and saw that it was Chang Chumo and the others. He was a little angry. These guys couldn't accomplish anything, but they were good at spoiling things. They only knew how to cause trouble. "Are you guys looking for trouble?" "Fengzi, don't be angry." Chang Chumo smiled and went forward to put his hand on Zhang Feng's body. "Where is the thing that can ascend to heaven?" "Stop! Don't touch me." Zhang Feng glanced at Chang Chumo with disdain, then pointed to Ma Zhou behind him. "There, they are holding it." Hearing this, Chang Chumo's eyes flashed with a bright light. "This is the treasure that can ascend to heaven? Let me see it." As he spoke, his perverted hand touched it like a hot air balloon. However, how could Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun let him have his way? They quickly hugged it tightly and looked at Chang Chumo as if they were guarding against a thief. "What are you doing? You can't touch our experimental equipment." These things were left behind by their teacher. Without their teacher's permission, they wouldn't let others touch them. "What are you afraid of? We are just taking a look." Zhang Sun also came over. His eyes were like looking at a young girl, full of possessiveness. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun were a little scared. They knew the reputation of these demon kings. They quickly looked at Zhang Feng for help. "Let them take a look. They won't lose anything." Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently, then looked at Chang Chumo and the others. He said fiercely, "You can take a look, but if you break it, I will kill you." After saying that, he waved his sleeves and walked directly to the field. They heard a burst of laughter behind them. Without looking, they knew it was Chang Chumo. That voice was deeply passed down in the old Chang family. The group quickly came to the field. Ma Zhou found a place and casually placed the experimental equipment. He looked at Zhang Feng. "Teacher, how are we going to do the experiment today?" "Change the coarse cloth to this." Zhang Feng handed the cloth in his hand to the two of them. Hao Chujun took it and touched it in his hand. He was a little surprised. "Teacher, this is silk?" "Yes, this is silk. Today we will use this for the experiment." Zhang Feng nodded. It was as if he was talking about something very casual and didn't care about the value of the silk itself. At the side, Chang Chumo, Zhang Sun, and the others were full of pride. It was as if they were saying, "How is it? Your experimental materials are sponsored by us. Isn't it amazing?" Chapter 1808. However, Ma Zhou and Du Zhou saw all of this. They did not have the time to care about these guys. They quickly followed their teacher's instructions and prepared to replace the coarse cloth with silk. Wait! Let us help. Chang Chumo stepped forward again. He did not want to miss a single opportunity. Zhang Sun, Chong, and Du Go were not to be outdone. They also expressed their willingness to help. Needless to say, these guys had trained in the textile factory for a period of time. Their hands-on skills were much better than before. In addition, the assembly process was not difficult. It was done quickly and even sturdier than before. Feng Zi, we have already assembled the thing. When do we start? Chang Chumo looked at the hot air balloon on the ground with a face full of excitement. Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Chumo and then said to Ma Zhou, Go and get a live pig. Yes, teacher. Ma Zhou cupped his hands and turned to leave. Chang Chumo was a little confused. He looked at Zhang Feng and scratched his head. Feng Zi, why do you need a live pig for an experiment? Could it be that you want to have a meal first? Eat your sister. Zhang Feng glared at Chang Chumo and said unhappily, Without a live pig, who will ascend to heaven? F***CK. I'm waiting here. You actually ask who will ascend to heaven? Of course it's me. Chang Chumo patted his chest. He was a little unconvinced. He believed that he could definitely take on a bigger responsibility than a live pig. Hearing this, Zhang Feng quivered and an idea flashed through his mind. Yes, after experimenting with so many live pigs, he had not experimented with a live human. If the live pig did not die later, he would send this reckless thing to heaven. A human was always better than a pig. Maybe he could come down and talk about his experience. After making up his mind, he revealed an evil smile. Hey, what are you smiling about? Chang Chumo noticed Zhang Feng's strange behavior and went forward to give him a push. Suddenly awakened, Zhang Feng was a little confused. He glared at Chang Chumo and said, You're F***king pushing Lao Tzu. Be careful that Lao Tzu won't let you go to heaven later. Go to heaven? Chang Chumo's eyes lit up. He was as happy as if he had eaten magpie poop. Feng Zi, you said I can go up to the sky later? Sure. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Chumo and said impatiently, As long as you're willing. He had originally intended to use this fellow as a lab rat. What was the big deal? Yes, of course. Chang Chumo readily agreed, as if he was afraid that Zhang Feng would go back on his word. After saying that, he took out a cigarette from his waist and handed it to Zhang Feng's mouth. He took the opportunity to take out a lighter and showed a despicable look. Zhang Feng was naturally not polite. He opened his mouth and took the cigarette. He took a deep breath and a proud smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let me tell you, as long as you behave yourself, I promise you can go to heaven. Behave, I'll definitely behave. If anyone doesn't behave, Lao Tzu will kill him. Chang Chumo patted his chest and promised. Zhang Sun and the others saw this and cast a disdainful look. Zhang Feng was secretly delighted. This fellow was too gullible. He fell for it with just a few words. He would let him go to heaven first later. At this moment, a pig's cry came from not far away. It was Ma Zhou. He walked over with a live pig. Ma Zhou, tie up the live pig and prepare to start a fire. Zhang Feng said to Ma Zhou, who was walking over. Yes, teacher. Ma Zhou nodded and led the live pig to the side and began to tie it up. How can I trouble brother Ma Zhou for this? Let me do it. Chang Chumo shouted and volunteered to take over the live pig. Ma Zhou was of course happy. He handed the rope to Chang Chumo and went to the side to start a fire. Although Chang Chumo was strong, he had no experience in tying up a pig. The pig jumped around and he could not stand it anymore. He shouted to Du Go and the others behind him. You two, quickly come and help. Do you still want to go to heaven? Oh, I'm coming. Du Go and Du Go answered and rolled up their sleeves, ready to go to work. With the help of teammates, the situation was finally better. The live pig was subdued and tied up by 3 people. Ma Zhou's fire was almost finished. He could only wait for Zhang Feng's order to go to heaven. Is everyone almost done? Zhang Feng asked patiently. He had to make sure everything was correct. Teacher, everything is fine. We can start at any time. Hao Chujun glanced at everyone and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng nodded and said directly, Ma Zhou, take care of the live pig, Tai Nyo and De Bing. Hao Chujun and the other three hold the wire and silk. Get ready to start. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun nodded and began to do their jobs. Only Chang Chumo and the other two were confused. This was their first time participating in this experiment. They did not understand what Zhang Feng was talking about. Hao Chujun, go and teach these three guys. Zhang Feng glanced at Chang Chumo, who was at a loss, and found it funny. Hao Chujun nodded and taught Chang Chumo and the others how to hold the wire and silk. At first, these guys did not follow the instructions. After a while, they slowly accepted it. Finally, everything was ready. They only had to wait for the wind to come and the experiment could continue. Chapter 1809. Zhang Feng had a cigarette in his mouth as he looked up at the sky. At this time, there was no wind in the sky. It seemed that today's experiment would have to wait for a while. He just didn't know if these guys could take it. Thinking of this, he turned around and glanced at the crowd. He saw that they all looked like they were constipated, especially Chang Chumo and the others. They looked like they owed him money. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. Because it was his first time holding the iron wire, he wasn't used to it. He felt like his hand was constricting, but he couldn't put it down. Because no one could guarantee when the wind would come. If the wind blew the moment he put it down, then he would suffer a huge loss. Feng Zi, what wind is this? My hand can't take it anymore. Chang Chumo furrowed his brows, showing a difficult expression. Yeah. Feng Zi, why didn't you say that this thing is constricting your hand? Du Go was also a little protesting and shouted in dissatisfaction. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and didn't choose to answer, because he didn't know when the wind would blow. He looked up at the sky again. The sky was still the same as before. There was no wind at all. It seemed that they would have to waste their time here today. Behind him came the howls of the crowd. He was a little annoyed and turned around. There's dried grass on the ground. Grab a handful of it and hold it in your hand. This way, the iron wire won't constrict your hand. Hearing this, the crowd looked like they had seen a life-saving elixir. They quickly bent down and grabbed the dried grass on the ground. They didn't doubt Zhang Feng's words because there was no point in doubting it. They still had to continue holding the iron wire, so they might as well listen. Sure enough, once the dried grass was in their hands, the constricting situation was greatly alleviated. Feng Zi, your idea is not bad. It really doesn't constrict your hand. Chang Chumo's mouth revealed a silly smile. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and thought to himself. Of course, this was the wisdom of the Chinese working people. Although the dried grass solved the constricting situation, the lack of wind made the crowd anxious. Especially since it was winter. Standing in the open air, it was fine for a short period of time, but after a long time, the crowd couldn't help but shiver. Feng Zi, you're not being honest. Why didn't you say it would take so long? Du Go said while trembling. His body was weak, and he could not take it anymore. Big Ping. There's something wrong with what you're saying. Zhang Feng smiled and pointed at Du Go with his cigarette butt. I didn't force you. Hearing this, Du Go's face turned red. Indeed, no one had forced him. He was the one who had shamelessly tagged along. Now you're blaming him? That's not right. How long do we have to wait? Can you give me a definite answer? Du Go gave up resisting and pleaded. Zhang Feng took a deep puff of the remaining cigarette butt and threw it on the ground. I don't know. Let's continue to wait. Ah! Zhang Sun put on a bitter face. I can't take it. I'm going to rest. I'll come back later. After he finished speaking, he prepared to put down the wire. At this moment, a gust of wind blew. The leaves beside him rustled, and the air was like a wolf howling. Suddenly, the hot air balloon was lifted up, and the live pig was hung up, screaming in the air. It's flying! It's flying! Chang Chumo shouted loudly. He was as excited as a child. Zhang Sun and Du Go were the same. They were dancing on the ground. Zhang Feng glanced at them. He only wanted to say that they had not seen the world. But after thinking about it, he held back. These guys were in high spirits. It was better not to provoke them. If they turned around and spat on his face, How embarrassing would that be? He still chose to look at the hot air balloon. He saw the hot air balloon floating in the air. Although it was a little shaky, it was much better than the rough cloth from before. At least it rose a lot higher and floated further. Floated further? F***CK. It floated further. Everyone quickly chase after it. Don't let the hot air balloon get too far. Zhang Feng shouted to everyone. After he finished speaking, he ran towards the hot air balloon. Everyone stood there admiring it. They thought that Zhang Feng was joking and did not pay much attention to it. But when they saw Zhang Feng's back, they knew that something had happened. They quickly took a step forward. Fengzi, wait for me. Chang Chumo took a big stride and chased after Zhang Feng's back. Although he did not know what had happened, looking at Zhang Feng's appearance, it should not be a small matter. So he did not hesitate to chase after him. It was no wonder that the genes of the Cheng family were strong. Chang Chumo took a few big strides and arrived in front of Zhang Feng. Looking at the slightly panting Zhang Feng, he smiled and said, Fengzi, what happened? Why are you running so fast? The hot air balloon has floated far away. I'm afraid that something will happen when it lands on the ground. Zhang Feng panted and glanced at Chang Chumo opposite him. Oh right, where are Dabing and Mazhou? Ah, behind. Chang Chumo tilted his head and glanced behind him. Hearing that, Zhang Feng turned his head and glanced behind him. Sure enough, Mazhou was leading Zhang Sun, Hao Chujun, and the others to run towards him. Looking at their condition, they were not as good as him. They were panting like cows after running a few steps. It seemed that he had to strengthen their sports in the future. Otherwise, how would they find hot air balloons in the future? Chapter 1810. You bastards, run faster. You'll be starving if you stay behind. Zhang Feng shouted at the top of his lungs. Then, he looked at Chang Chumo and panted, Tai Nyo, I can't take it anymore. Run faster and find the place where the hot air balloon will land. I'll let you be the first to go up. Really? Chang Chumo's face turned red, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Of course it's true. Would Lao Tzu lie to you? Zhang Feng straightened his neck and said firmly. However, these words were different in Chang Chumo's ears. He remembered that Lao Tzu once said the same thing. Would Lao Tzu lie to you? In the end, not only did he lie to him, he even got hit on the head. However, Feng Zi shouldn't be such a person. Alright then, watch me. Chang Chumo touched the top of his head and tried to strike a pose that he thought was very handsome. Then he rushed out like an arrow. Seeing this, Zhang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stopped and stood there, panting. He took out a cigarette from his waist, lit it, and slowly smoked. At this time, Mazhou, Dugo, and the others also rushed over. When they saw Zhang Feng standing there, they thought that everything was fine. They also stood there, panting. This made Zhang Feng angry. Lao Tzu was just standing there to rest. You guys dare to rest when you're late? Why are you bastards resting here? Continue chasing. He glared at everyone and scolded. Teacher, haven't you found the hot air balloon? Mazhou put his hands on his knees and looked up at Zhang Feng. He thought that since his teacher was resting here, the hot air balloon was found. It seemed that was not the case. If I found it, would I still be waiting for you guys here? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Mazhou. Hurry up and continue chasing. No, I'm not chasing. Zhang Xuan's face was red, and he kept waving his right hand. It seemed that he was very tired. Not chasing anymore? Zhang Feng glared at Zhang Sun. He was a little angry. What if we can't find them? Didn't Iron Bull go? Dugo stood out. He was somewhat unconvinced. Iron Bull is not human. Zhang Feng glared at the crowd. If you don't go, don't King go to heaven. Upon hearing this, Dugo and Zhang Xuan's enthusiasm instantly withered. They had come here to ascend to heaven. Although there had been some twists and turns along the way, the experiment had basically been completed. The next step was to ascend to heaven. They did not want to give up just like that. I'll go, okay? Zhang Sun put on a fawning expression and chased after Chang Chumo. I'll go too. Dugo looked at Zhang Feng with a pitiful face and slowly moved his feet. Seeing this guy's appearance, Zhang Feng's anger rose again. He kicked Dugo's butt. Uf King run faster, we're waiting for food. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun saw that everyone had chased after them. It was not good for them to stay where they were. They could only follow the footprints and chase after them. Zhang Feng looked at everything in front of him with satisfaction. He picked up the cigarette in his hand and slowly smoked. As he smoked, he walked towards Chang Chumo. With Iron Bull, the hot air balloon should not be a big problem. After all, this guy only wanted to ascend to heaven, so he would definitely protect the hot air balloon well. After walking for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a few figures finally appeared in front of him. Looking at their bodies, it should be Iron Bull and the others. Seeing this, he could not help but speed up his pace. Finally, a few figures appeared in front of him. It was Iron Bull and the others. However, these guys were gathered in a group. He did not know what they were doing, and there were flames in the middle from time to time. Flames? Hot air balloon? Could it be that these guys lit up the hot air balloon? He did not doubt this idea because he knew that these bastards could do such a thing. Even if Ma Zhou was there, Hao Chujun probably would not be able to stop them. Iron Bull. Bing. What are you bastards doing? Zhang Feng went forward and pushed away Chang Chumo, who was warming himself by the fire. He was a little angry. Feng Zi, are you crazy? Chang Chumo tidied up his messy clothes and was a little dissatisfied. I'm just warming up the fire. Why are you getting angry? Warming up the fire? Zhang Feng stared at Chang Chumo, then glanced at the fire, but in the next second, he was dumbfounded, because these guys were not roasting hot air balloons, but dry sticks. Realizing that he had wronged the other party, he quickly smiled apologetically. So you guys are roasting dry wood. I thought what? Chang Chumo rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng. I'm not as brainless as you. My mother said that I'm the smartest in the entire Qin family. Alright, you're smart. You're the smartest in the whole world. Zhang Feng also did not argue, and squatted down to warm himself by the fire. Dugo moved aside for Zhang Feng and interrupted. Hey, Feng Zi. Now that we've found the hot air balloon, when can we go up to the sky? Hearing this, Zhang Feng glanced at the hot air balloon not far away, then looked at the others. If you want to go up to the sky, you can immediately, but you have to replenish the fuel first. Fuel? Chapter 1811. Chang Chumo scratched his head. He didn't know what fuel was. It's the coal we burned earlier. Ma Zhou took the opportunity to pretend to be knowledgeable. Then let's go quickly and get the fuel. Chang Chumo stood up abruptly and wanted to pull Zhang Feng back. I just got here. I haven't warmed up yet. Zhang Feng was a little unhappy and shrugged his shoulders. What's there to roast? Chang Chumo pulled Zhang Feng up and then looked at Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others. Bug. Bing, let's go. The three of them were indeed in the same boat. When they heard this, they pulled Zhang Feng and ran to the field without stopping. Poor Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun, who were carrying the experimental equipment, slowly walked back. They didn't stop along the way and finally returned to the field. Chang Chumo let go of Zhang Feng and smiled. Feng Zi, now that we're back, get ready. I can't wait any longer. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Chumo. This guy was like a bandit, just like old Chang. He couldn't do anything to them. It seemed that he could only teach this guy a lesson in the sky. Ma Zhou, go get some fuel and get ready to start. He looked at Ma Zhou beside him with some resentment. Ma Zhou nodded and walked out of the field. In less than 15 minutes, Ma Zhou came back with the fuel. He put the fuel in the brazier and quickly made the fire. He was only waiting for Zhang Feng's order. Feng Zi, now that it's done, can we go up to the sky? Chang Chumo couldn't wait. He was also involved in the production, so he was familiar with the process. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you being chased by wolves? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Chumo and then looked at Ma Zhou. Tie up Tai Nyo. *CK. Why tie me up? Chang Chumo exclaimed and stepped back as if he was afraid of being tied up. Although he was strong, he couldn't fight against so many people. How are you going to fly if I don't tie you up? Zhang Feng frowned. He felt that this guy had a one-track mind. Mother***, what kind of logic is this? Why do we have to tie them up before we can fly? Chang Chumo could not take it anymore. He waved his hand in protest. I tied you up because I was afraid that you would move around and accidentally fall down. Zhang Feng explained patiently. What he said was the truth. This guy had a huge physique. If he fell, he would become meat paste. Most importantly, he could play with this guy. Hearing this, Chang Chumo was stunned. He glanced at Zhang Feng, his heart beating like a drum. This brat wouldn't have any bad intentions, right? Did he have to be tied to the heavens? If there was any danger, he wouldn't even be able to run away. However, from the kid's tone, it seemed like he couldn't fly without being tied up. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Feng's impatient voice rang out again. Have you King thought it through? Don't dawdle here. If there's no other way, let Bing do it. I think Bing is more of a man than you. With that, Zhang Feng took the rope and walked towards Go. He looked like he was going to tie him up. Wait, Chang Chumo took a big step and came in front of Zhang Feng. He chuckled. Fengzi, why are you angry? Did I say not to tie me up? Isn't it just tying me up and going up? It's not a big deal. Come and tie me up. Use more strength. My skin is tough. With that, he looked like he was going to be tied up, like a hero dying for justice. If you said so earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Feng took down the rope that was about to be tied around Go and walked towards Chang Chumo. Ma Zhou Hao Chujun, come and help. This brat's skin is thick. It's not easy to tie him up. Fengzi, weren't you going to tie me up? Why did you change people? Go, who was behind him, could not take it anymore. He stepped forward and protested. Go. What's there to tie you up for? Wait for the next round. Zhang Feng pushed the thin and weak Go away. Then he began to tie the rope around Chang Chumo. Come, Iron Bull. Put your head in. Put my head in? Chang Chumo frowned. Why did these words sound like what a butcher would say during Chinese New Year? Then wouldn't he be a pig? He glared at Zhang Feng but did not argue. Since he was going to go up, there was no need to talk nonsense. He obediently put the rope around his head. Ma Zhou Hao Chujun, each of you hold one arm. Get ready to fasten it. Zhang Feng glanced at the two people in front of him and instructed with a smile. The two of them nodded and did not say anything. They directly pulled one arm each and tightened the rope. Although they did not use much strength, the rope's tightening force made Chang Chumo feel a little pain. Hey, you two brats, be gentle. Be careful that I'll come down and teach you a lesson. Chang Chumo glared at them, trying to use his authority to threaten Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. What the *CK are you saying? Zhang Feng was unhappy. He kicked Chang Chumo's butt. We're doing this for your own good. As long as we tie you up tightly, you won't be in danger. After saying that, he did not wait for the other party's response. He turned to Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. You two use more strength. Tighten it for me. Yes, master. The two of them nodded in unison. Before their master spoke, they did not use much strength. But now that their master had spoken, they had to tighten it fiercely. Chapter 1812. Thinking of this, the two of them tightened their grip again and made a knot. Only then did they stop. Fengzi, is it okay now? Chang Chumo gasped and felt a little pain. Although it was a little uncomfortable, he endured it for the sake of flying. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction and did not answer. Instead, he looked at Ma Zhou and the others and said, Set up everything and get ready to fly. The two of them nodded and began to prepare things. Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others also ran to the side to help. Fengzi, you have to make sure I'm safe later. Chang Chumo said with a little guilty. Although everything was ready now, he was still a little nervous. After all, he was tied up. Don't worry, we are good brothers. Zhang Feng smiled and showed a meaningful smile. Then, he took out a cigarette from his waist and lit it. After taking a deep breath, he handed it to Chang Chumo and said, Come on, take a puff. You won't be afraid of flying. Chang Chumo looked at Zhang Feng strangely. He felt that this guy was implying something, but he could not say anything. Now, he even asked him to take a puff first. What did he mean by, I won't be afraid of flying? Could it be that he would not be able to do so in the future? He looked at the cigarette butt with some disgust. He did not understand the meaning of the two of them taking a puff, but he did not want to disobey Fengzi. He had to pretend to take a puff and asked curiously, "Fengzi, it seems that you have done a lot. How many experiments have you done before? How many people have flown before?" Zhang Feng took the cigarette but that Chang Chumo had smoked and put it in his mouth. He did not have such a taboo. After all, in that era, those who could smoke together were good brothers. He smiled and said, "You've really caught a good opportunity. No one has ever gone to the sky before. You're the first to do so." "Really?" Chang Chumo was a little excited and his face turned red. No one had ever flown before. Then, wouldn't he be the first person to do so in the Tang dynasty? If word of this got out, wouldn't the Chang family's face be flipped 2 times over? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel proud. However, what he didn't know was that the first spot to ascend had already been taken by Pihu. Otherwise, he would be squatting on the ground and acting shamelessly. Looking at Chang Chumo's happy face, Zhang Feng was a little amused. He just wanted to see if this guy had the potential to be a lab rat. Was he that happy? It was like eating magpie shit. Ma Zhou and the others were very fast. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had refilled the fuel and the iron wires were all screwed up. Everything was ready and they were just waiting for the sky to rise. "Teacher, everything is ready. When do we start?" Hao Chujun asked while holding onto the iron wire. "Now get ready to begin." Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and then looked at Chang Chumo. He revealed an evil smile and said, "Ma Zhou, take a cloth and gag this kid." "Wait." Chang Chumo looked a little flustered and kept stepping back. "Fengzi, you don't really think Lao Tzu is a pig, do you?" He was a little scared. Fu * King tying him up and gagging him. Even a pig wouldn't be killed like this. He would be happy with just one cut. Come. Iron Bull. Take a puff first and listen to my explanation." Zhang Feng smiled and handed the cigarette to Chang Chumo's mouth. Since they were going to do an experiment, of course, they had to go all the way. They couldn't let this guy affect the whole plan. "I don't smoke. Hurry up and tell me why you gagged me." Chang Chumo looked at the cigarette in disdain and turned his head away. "Hey, if you don't smoke, Lao Tzu will." Zhang Feng wasn't used to this guy's temper. He picked up the cigarette butt and blew out smoke. After it was moisturized, he smiled and said, "I'm doing this for your own good. When you go up in the sky later, no one will control your direction. You can change your direction with just a word. Even if you fart, the hot air balloon might drift away with the wind." He wasn't trying to scare Chang Chumo. The hot air balloon didn't have any control equipment. With this guy's physique, he could really change its direction with just a few breaths and a fart. Of course, this was all speculation. Couldn't be true. Chang Chumo didn't understand this, but seeing Zhang Feng's clear and logical explanation, he had already agreed in his heart. However, his face was a little embarrassed and blushed. "Fengzi, it's not that I don't want to tie you up, but what?" Zhang Feng looked at Chang Chumo curiously. This guy didn't usually talk like this. He was always carefree. Why did he sound like a girl today? Chang Chumo glanced at everyone's strange eyes and said hesitantly, "Fengzi, it's a little embarrassing to cover my mouth. He was the son of a duke. If people knew that he was tied up and had his mouth covered, would he still be able to live? If this matter was known by his father, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Embarrassing?" Zhang Feng smiled. He didn't expect this guy with rough skin and thick flesh to care about this. However, if he didn't cover his mouth, he couldn't bear the responsibility if something happened. "No, I must cover my mouth. No, I won't cover it. If my father knows, I will definitely be beaten to death." Chang Chumo had a look of refusal on his face as he kept retreating. Chapter 18:13. "Hey, Lao Tzu can't deal with you." Zhang Feng was a little unconvinced. He rolled up his sleeves and glanced at Ma Zhou. "Ma Zhou, come and help me. I have to cover this bastard's mouth today." "Fengzi, you can't do this to me." Chang Chumo's face changed. He was really afraid of old Cheng's beating. If old Chang found out about this, he wouldn't be able to go home in the future. As he spoke, he kept retreating, ready to find an opportunity to slip away. Zhang Feng had long seen through this guy's clumsy acting skills. He glanced at Ma Zhou and Ma Zhou. "You two stop him. Don't let this bastard escape." The two understood and blocked in front of Chang Chumo. If this guy hadn't been tied up, he might have run away long ago. But now there was no way out. Zhang Feng grabbed the rope and chuckled. "Lao Tzu is doing this for your own good. What if you talk nonsense in the sky and are in danger?" After saying that, he didn't care about this guy's reaction. He took the cotton cloth soaked in water from Ma Zhou and stuffed it into Chang Chumo's mouth. "Oh, bug, save me." Chang Chumo kept shaking his head, his mouth stuttering and yelling. "Call your sister. Lao Tzu is doing this for your own good. You actually look reluctant." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Chumo and increased the strength of his hands. "Feng Zi, why don't you stop covering his mouth? Look at this guy, he seems a little uncomfortable." Du Go, who was behind him, probably felt uneasy and came up to plead for Chang Chumo. He was in a similar situation as this guy. His father was strict. If he knew that he had done such a shameful thing today, wouldn't he be angry half to death? However, Zhang Feng didn't seem to care because he thought that they were helping Chang Chumo. He glanced at the two of them. "Do you two want to be tied up like Tainyo?" "No, no, no. Go ahead." Du Go's expression changed. He quickly waved his hand and smiled apologetically. He didn't want to do something so shameful. Zhang Feng smiled. He already knew that these two kids did not have the guts to do so. He looked at Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun and said, "Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, you two go help Silk. Debing, Buggy, you two go help Tac." After saying that, he looked at Debing and the other two who did not reply for a long time. However, when he saw that these two fellows were in a daze, he kicked them. "Did you guys hear that?" "Oh, I heard you." The two of them nodded and began to operate with ease. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his first experiment of carrying people into the sky was going to be a success. He grabbed the rope tied to Chang Chumo and held him down to wait. Now that everything was ready, all that was left was to wait for the wind to blow. Ugh! Ugh! Chang Chumo shed tears of grievance and looked at Zhang Feng imploringly. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He prayed silently that the wind would not blow. If his father found out about this, then his surname would not be Chang anymore. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. A chill came and the leaves began to rustle. It was as if a wolf was howling in the air and the wind began to blow. "Everyone, get ready. The wind is blowing." Zhang Feng glanced at the silk cloth that was propped up and reminded. Everyone nodded in unison, indicating that there was no problem. Only Chang Chumo shed tears of regret. The wind grew stronger and stronger. The silk was blown up and the flame was swaying in the wind. The hot air balloon flew up and floated into the sky. Chang Chumo could be seen kicking his legs in the air. It was unknown whether he was happy or sad. "It's up. Iron Bull is flying." The happiest people on the scene were Du Go and Zhang Sun. Although they had seen live pig experiments before, this was the first time they had seen a live human being. There was only one word to describe it: fresh. The unhappiness of being tied up just now was thrown to the back of their minds along with Chang Chumo. They hugged each other and cheered. They were as happy as children because it would be their turn next time. They also wanted to have a taste of flying. Zhang Feng looked at the two with disdain. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and had a look of satisfaction. Now that Iron Bull was in the sky, it meant that the experiment had made substantial progress. It must be known that this guy weighed more than 200 pounds. If he could fly, then with a little improvement it might be able to carry 2 or 3 adults. Just like that, a terrifying thought slowly sprouted in his heart. Chang Chumo, who was in the sky, had no idea what everyone was thinking. His face was flushed red, and he looked like a piece of pig liver. His eyes protruded as he glared fiercely at Zhang Feng, who was looking at the scenery below. Originally, he did not reject flying. In fact, he even longed for it. "Why did you tie up Lao Tzu?" "Not only did you tie him up, you even King blocked Lao Tzu's mouth." Now that he looked back at his shameful position, he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. A trace of regretful tears fell from the corner of his eyes. If he had known, he would not have agreed to these guys' requests. If he did not know, how would he be punished by his father when he returned home? Just as he was about to go home and face old Chung, another gust of wind blew. A chill accompanied the wind, but this chill was nothing to him. However, the hot air balloon seemed to have risen. Chapter 18:14. F***CK. Did he go up? Chung Chumo glanced at the ground in panic and realized that he was already a few hundred meters above the ground. If he fell, wouldn't he become a meat patty? Thinking of this, he glared fiercely at Zhang Feng, only to realize that Zhang Feng was running on the ground like an ant. It seemed that this bastard was also panicking. With a burst of pride in his heart, he began to enjoy the scenery in mid-air. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he saw it, he was shocked. He had never been to the sky before. Now that he looked at it, the sky was full of cotton candy. Even the ground was green, as if it was sprinkled with a large basin of textile paint. It was very beautiful. Not only that, even the distant mountains seemed to be closer to him. The mountains were covered in silver, and he could vaguely see the proud plum blossoms in the snow. There were also roe deer foraging for food, big bugs hunting, and so on. It was as if all of this was for him. He stared with his round eyes and looked left and right, completely immersed in the beautiful scenery in front of him, as if he had forgotten the embarrassing scene just now. At the same time, on the ground, Zhang Feng was leading the group to look for traces of the hot air balloon. To be precise, they were looking for traces of Chung Chumo. Just now, there was a gust of wind, and this guy swayed with the wind and rose up a lot. Now, they could not see him clearly. Coupled with the snow from last night, it directly blocked everyone's vision. De Bing, Chong Ma Zhou, Hao Chu Jun, the four of you search in the east, west, north, and south directions. Zhang Feng glanced around and instructed everyone. There were only a few faint traces of the hot air balloon, so it would be easier to search by splitting up. Everyone nodded and set off in four directions at the same time. They knew the severity of the matter and did not hesitate. Creak, creak. As the snow from yesterday had not melted, there were some noises on the ground when they walked, but it did not stop them from searching. Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and lit it with a lighter. He slowly smoked and walked towards the shadow of the hot air balloon. In fact, he was not very worried about Iron Bull. That guy had thick skin and flesh, so it would be fine if he fell. Moreover, the hot air balloon was not to be trifled with. There were several layers of silk on top of it. Although it was still a little breathable, it was much better than before, so Iron Bull's safety was not a problem. However, he was thinking about a problem. Iron Bull's words made sense. Humans were not pigs. It was impossible to tie them up every time they went up into the sky. However, if they didn't tie them up, they would inevitably panic the first time they went up into the sky. If they panicked, they would be in danger if they moved randomly. It seemed like they had to think of a way to not tie them up. That's it. Kongming Lantern. Below the Kongming Lantern, there was something similar to a bamboo basket. If the fire was placed in the bamboo basket, and the silk and iron wires were enlarged and improved, it might be able to carry 2 people into the sky or even more. I'm really *King genius. I'll reward him with a cigarette. He proudly took a deep puff of his cigarette and continued to walk in the direction where Chung Chumo had disappeared. However, if there were too many people, how would they control the direction? Even the brazier is not safe. What if it caught fire? Moreover, it was not a good idea to rely on the wind. What if there was no wind when they wanted to fly? This series of problems gave him a headache. Logically speaking, there was nothing to worry about. However, this was his personality. He either did not do it or did it to the best of his ability. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in his mind. Hydrogen. Hot air balloons in the future were filled with hydrogen and helium, which were lighter than air. If these 2 types of gases were poured into the hot air balloon, wouldn't it be the same as the hot air balloons in the future? The problem just now would also be solved. Thinking of this, he kept recalling the method of making hydrogen that was taught by his teacher in the future. At that time, he had done this experiment with his own hands. Half of a glass cup was filled with water. When the water was added, a large amount of gas, including hydrogen, had already entered the cup. Then, A little salt was added to the cup because salt could help conduct electricity. Then, a cardboard board was used to cover the cup. Then, two 30 to 60 centimeter long wires were inserted about 5 centimeters apart from the cardboard board, and 5 to 7 centimeters of the wires were submerged in the water. Then, the other end of the wires was connected to the positive and negative poles of the power source. Soon, he would see that bubbles were produced near the wires in the water. Hydrogen was produced at the negative pole, and oxygen was produced at the positive pole. Then he found a container, inverted the container, and sank it into the glass cup. Slowly, the glass cup was pulled up without leaving the water. The final result was that the glass cup was protruding from the water and filled with water. This way, he could obtain hydrogen. Most of the things in this experiment could be replaced by other things. The glass cup could be used as a bowl, the salt itself could be found, and paper was needless to say. The wires could be made with copper wire in the forge, but where would the electricity come from? Chapter 18:15. Creating electricity out of thin air? Creating batteries? That's F***ing difficult. He took a deep puff of the cigarette, threw away the burning butt, and decided not to think about this hair-pulling problem. He continued to walk forward, and the crunching sound of snow under his feet made him quicken his pace involuntarily. At this moment, a roar came from not far away. "Teacher, teacher, I found him." Zhang Feng raised his head and looked towards the direction of the sound. It was Ma Zhou who was waving his hands in the snow. It seemed that he had found Iron Bull. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and said, "How is it? Where's Iron Bull?" "Teacher, Big Brother Iron Bull is fine. He's warming himself up by the fire." Warming himself up by the fire. Zhang Feng frowned and was a little angry. Mother****. Everyone is looking for him and he's warming himself up by the fire? Let's go. After saying that, without waiting for Ma Zhou to lead the way, he swung his arm and rushed up. This place was not big. After a few steps, he saw Cheng Chumo, Du Go, and the others. They were warming themselves up by the fire and there was laughter from time to time. This made Zhang Feng angry. Everyone was looking for this guy and he was warming himself by the fire. Without saying anything, he went up and scolded him. "Iron Bull, Mother****, do you know that everyone is worried about you? You're warming yourself by the fire?" Hearing this, Cheng Chumo turned his head and laughed. He quickly pulled Zhang Feng to sit down. Feng Zi, don't be angry. Listen to me first. Didn't I just come down and feel a little cold? After saying that, he deliberately warmed his hands by the fire and rubbed them hard, revealing a silly look. It was a stark contrast to when he was about to go up into the sky. Sure enough, no one could escape the principle of fragrance. Just a moment ago he wanted to die, but now he wanted to worship Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng did not care about this silly guy's attitude. He only wanted to know if there were any changes in the experiment. "Iron Bull, how did it feel in the sky? Tell me about it." Hearing this, Cheng Chumo seemed to have changed into a different person. His originally flattering posture suddenly became lofty. His hands were on his knees, and his eyes were constantly scanning the crowd. His face showed a proud look, but he didn't say anything. It was as if he was deliberately keeping everyone in suspense. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun both bowed and placed their hands on their knees. They fixed their eyes on Cheng Chumo, their eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Sun, Chong, and Du Go were a little different. Although they were also looking forward to it, they were not as focused as Ma and Zhou. They fixed their eyes on Cheng Chumo and rubbed their hands from time to time. Even though everyone was looking forward to it, Cheng Chumo just put on a complacent look and refused to speak. This made Zhang Feng confused. He supported Ma Zhou with his hand and kicked him. "Are you going to tell me or not? Are you waiting for your food?" Speak. I'll speak immediately." Cheng Chumo smiled awkwardly and tried to please him. He didn't dare to offend Zhang Feng. What if he didn't let him go up? Although he was a little unhappy before he went up, when he was in the sky, the scenery was really beautiful. If he could go up in the sky again, he would be willing to do anything. Thinking of this, he couldn't stop drooling. He looked at the crowd again and saw that they were looking at him with disdain. He quickly wiped his saliva and laughed. Haha. Sorry. I was thinking about the scene in the sky and couldn't help myself. What's in the sky? What made a silly pig like you so greedy? Zhang Sun was a little curious. Before Zhang Feng arrived, he was listening to this guy talking. Unfortunately, he was interrupted at the most exciting part. Now he had to listen carefully. Silly, your sister. Chang Chumo rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun and didn't care much. He then looked at the crowd and showed his molars. Let me tell you, when I was in the sky, I saw a lot of green everywhere. There were also many flowers. Even the mountains in the distance looked like they could be touched. What was that saying again? What immortal palace? You mean in an immortal palace? Ma Zhou took the opportunity to show off his power. Yes, yes, yes. That's the feeling. Chang Chumo pointed at Ma Zhou and was a little excited. When I was in the sky, I felt like I was an immortal. The surrounding clouds were all around me. Thinking about it, it's true. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes as if he was really in a fantasy. Everyone seemed to be infected by this guy. They all looked up at the sky, as if they were feeling the feeling of being in the sky. However, Zhang Feng didn't have this feeling. He used to go to the sky a lot. He was already tired of the things in the amusement park. These guys were disgusting here. He picked up a piece of unburned dry wood and threw it at Chang Chumo. Are you done with your fantasies? Zhang Feng's sudden words instantly pulled everyone back to reality from their dreams. Chang Chumo was originally happy. When he was suddenly hit, he was dissatisfied. He was about to scold. But when he saw that it was Zhang Feng, he quickly smiled and said, Feng, what are you saying? We went to the sky once. Can't you let us be happy? After saying that, he planned to continue his fantasy. However, Zhang Feng didn't intend to let him go. That's enough. If you want to fantasize, go home. Now I have something serious to ask you. Chapter 18:16. Hearing this, Chang Chumo didn't know what to say. He could only reply with a smile. Go on. I'm listening. How did you come down just now? Also, how did you control your left and right in the air? Was your direction affected? Zhang Feng asked seriously. He wasn't in the mood to joke with this guy because it involved the modification of the hot air balloon, and the hot air balloon involved people, so he couldn't be careless. Seeing Feng Zi so serious, Chang Chumo also stopped smiling and began to recall the feeling in the sky just now. Everyone probably also understood the seriousness of the matter, so they didn't disturb and didn't dare to speak. They just silently warmed themselves by the fire to vent the emptiness in their hearts. After less than half an hour, a smile appeared on Chang Chumo's face again. He exclaimed, I got it. As soon as his voice fell, another chopped firewood flew over. Do you want to die? Lower your voice. Oh. Chang Chumo nodded foolishly, then looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. Feng Zi, I just thought about it. When I was in the air, my direction was completely affected by the wind. I couldn't do anything about it. When I came down, it was easier. The fuel was almost used up. Then I slowly fell down. I even fell on my butt and it still hurts now. After saying that, he touched his butt and said with a pitiful look, If you don't believe me, let me show you. Get lost. Zhang Feng frowned and glared at Chang Chumo, then fell into deep thought. If it was like what Iron Bull said, a person couldn't control their direction in the air and was completely carried away by the wind. One had to know this guy was more than 200 pounds. If such a heavy fool couldn't control himself in the air, then there was no need to talk about other people. Although he was tied with ropes, it was for safety. It seemed that he had to install something to control the direction of the hot air balloon. Otherwise, the hot air balloon would be very dangerous in the future. Just as he was thinking about how to solve it, a scream woke him up. Ah! He saw Hao Chu-jun hugging his hands and screaming in his original position. It seemed that he was in pain. What happened to you? Zhang Feng stepped forward and asked with concern. Teacher, when I picked this coal just now, I felt a sharp pain. That's it. Hao Chu-jun showed his right hand to Zhang Feng and felt a little helpless. Zhang Feng looked at Hao Chu-jun's right hand. There were no external injuries on the surface. It was not a stab wound, and there were no marks. What was going on? He glanced at the burnt coal, picked up a wooden stick, and extended it towards the coal. Teacher, please wait. Hao Chujun suddenly stood up. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, Teacher, this stab is very painful. Please don't try it. If you insist, let me do it. Zhang Feng waved his hand and refused. It's all right. I know what I want to know. After saying that, he didn't wait for a reply and directly stretched the wooden stick towards the coal. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain, as if he had been electrocuted. No, this was electricity. However, this voltage was very low, just like static electricity. Could it be that there was a voltage on the coal? He found it hard to believe, but he still decided to try again. The wooden stick stretched towards the coal again. It was still the same feeling. Voltage, it was voltage. His eyes protruded, and his cheeks were a little red. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. Should he cheer? He reckoned that this guy in front of him didn't even know what electricity was. He could only stroke his chest and take out a cigarette with his trembling right hand. He put it in his mouth and slowly lit it. He looked at the coal excitedly. At this moment, he remembered the doomsday battery in the future. That thing was made by using the low voltage on the coal. Now that he had discovered this thing, wouldn't he be able to make the doomsday battery? With the doomsday battery, wouldn't hydrogen be at his fingertips? Thinking of this, he felt a burst of excitement. His hand that was smoking kept trembling. Hao Chujun, who was at the side, saw the abnormality. He quickly went forward and asked, Teacher, what's wrong? Electricity, this is electricity. Zhang Feng could no longer suppress the joy in his heart and exclaimed. However, the people around him were confused. They didn't know what electricity was at all. They asked curiously, What is electricity? Electricity is... Zhang Feng kept stomping his feet. He didn't know how to explain it to everyone. Could it be that electricity is a natural phenomenon? It's a natural phenomenon? Wouldn't it be more confusing the more he explained? What is electricity? Cheng Chumo was a little impatient. He felt a little ashamed to ask. However, Zhang Feng was more disgusted by this kind of shameless question because he couldn't explain what electricity was. He had to start fooling everyone. Have you seen lightning before? Everyone nodded. Zhang Feng slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Lightning. That is electricity. It's just that it's a little different from the electricity just now. What's the difference? Ma Zhou tilted his head and asked. You? Zhang Feng originally wanted to scold him, but when he remembered that this guy was his student, he held it in. He silently said in his heart, This is an idiot. Don't bother with him. Then, he put on a generous smile on his face and stroked Ma Zhou's head. Good boy. This isn't something you can get involved in now. You'd better study the 3-character classic. Chapter 1817. What he said was the truth. There was no benefit in telling them about electricity. Although he couldn't explain it clearly, it didn't affect his ability to fool these guys. Feng Zi, since you've discovered this thing, what do you plan to do with it? It looks like it's very useful, right? Cheng Chumo was an understanding person. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't want to say more, he could only change the topic. Useful, of course it's useful. Zhang Feng looked at the burned coal with heartache and smiled. Help me bring all the coal back. Not a single one can be missing. Everyone frowned. They didn't understand what Zhang Feng was doing. Was he not going to continue flying? They had waited for a long time. Now he wanted them to carry the coal. This Feng Zi was a little unreasonable. Among them, Zhang Sunchong and Du Go were the most dissatisfied. Why? Cheng Chumo had already gone to the sky. Only the 2 of them were left. Now they were going to carry the coal? Feng Zi, I'm not doing it. I want to go to the sky now. You can't lie to me. Zhang Sunchong crossed his arms and pouted. He was clearly dissatisfied. Not doing it? Zhang Feng frowned and kicked him. If you don't do it now, do you believe that Lao Tzu will personally send you to the sky? Feng Zi, you can't do this. Du Go stopped Zhang Feng and puffed out his chest. Why can Chen Tiniu go to the sky? The 2 of us have to carry the coal for you? We want to go to the sky too. Ever since they heard Cheng Chumo's boasting, The two of them had been thinking about how to go to the sky. In the end, Feng Zi asked them to carry the coal. How could they not be stupid? All right, the two of you stop acting shamelessly here. Zhang Feng glanced at the two of them and said helplessly, I'm going to use the coal to modify the hot air balloon. When it's done, I'll send you guys to the sky first. Why did this sound weird? The two of them frowned, but they didn't think too much about it. Instead, they said worriedly, You won't lie to us, right? With your intellect, do you think I can scare you? Zhang Feng revealed a meaningful smile and asked instead of answering his question. That's true. Zhang Sun smiled proudly, then looked at Dugo. Brother, let's get to work. Of course, the latter was happy to do so. Not only did he not say anything, he even received a great gift. He took the wooden stick and urged Cole on. When the others saw that the two of them had started working, they couldn't just sit around and do nothing. One by one, they found tools and looked like they were going to take all the coal home. After some work, the coal was finally wrapped up. However, everyone's faces were a little different. Their faces were all covered with coal and they looked like black ghosts, especially Chang Chumo. At first glance, he thought that the black impermanence had come. This made the surrounding companions a little unbearable. F***CK. Iron Bull. How did you become so dark? Dugo looked at Chang Chumo in disbelief. If not for the fact that he had been with this fellow earlier, he would not have believed it. Chang Chumo was a little surprised. Didn't he just touch his face twice? Could it be that he was disfigured? With doubts in his mind, he asked curiously, How did I? Halfway through his sentence, he laughed wildly as if he had discovered a new continent. Ha ha ha, worm, you. This made Dugo confused. He was just about to laugh at him, but he was the one being laughed at. Iron Bull, what the F***CK are you laughing at? Your face, haha? Chang Chumo hugged his stomach, laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. What's wrong with my face? Dugo was a little panicked. He quickly looked at Zhang Sun. Worm, what's wrong with Lao Tzu's face? Zhang Sun Chang's face turned red, and he felt that he could not hold back his laughter. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand and snorted. Worm, your face has become a big smear, haha. Ah, Dugo's face changed, but no one could tell. He quickly touched his face, but did not find anything strange. He thought that the others were lying to him. He looked at everyone and sneered. Why don't you take a look at yourselves? You still have the nerve to talk about me. Aren't your faces all charcoal? All of you are black. As soon as he said that, everyone's face changed. They quickly touched their faces that they thought were beautiful. Although they could not see anything, when they looked at their companions' faces, they seemed to have understood something and began to cry out. Feng Zi, you bastard, you lied to me. You have to compensate me for my face that is as beautiful as a flower. Chang Chumo even began to roll around in the snow. He thought that he was the most handsome man in the Chung family. Now that his face had become like this, although it could be washed off, but if word got out, his reputation as the most handsome man in the Chung family would be gone. He might not even be able to touch his wife's hand. Thinking of this, he rolled even harder on the ground. He wanted to take the opportunity to slander Zhang Feng a few more times. Zhang Sun and Du Go saw this and also acted shamelessly. However, the two of them were not as shameless as Chang Chumo. They only cursed Zhang Feng in their hearts. What did he mean by ruined half my life? I won't be able to find a wife in the future. They wanted to take this opportunity to slander Zhang Feng. Because they did not have this opportunity usually, today was the perfect day. They could not let this guy go. Chapter 1818. Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun were calmer. They had experienced this kind of thing before, so there wasn't much coal on their faces. Besides, they didn't dare to be disrespectful to Zhang Feng. They could only stand there foolishly while covering their mouths and giggling. However, they didn't dare to laugh too loudly. That's enough. Are you guys done yet? Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and was a little annoyed. What do you want? Just say it. As soon as these words came out, everyone instantly became spirited. They all gathered in front of Zhang Feng. Even Chang Chumo, who was rolling on the ground, got up. He wiped his eyes and revealed a pair of yellow teeth. Hey, 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 stay away from me. If you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Feng took 2 steps back and was a little disgusted. Hee. Fengzi, I helped you pick up so much coal and even messed up my face. Shouldn't you compensate me? Cheng Chumo revealed a sneaky smile. Although he was very unwilling to admit that his face was messed up, as long as he could blackmail Fengzi's big gift bag, then so be it. He didn't care so much. That's right, Fengzi. The 2 of us have sacrificed our beauty to pick up so much coal for you. You have to repay us. Zhang Sun and Du Go winked and winked, as if they were extremely miserable. You bastards. I only asked you to do a little work, and now you want to bargain with me? Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and said with dissatisfaction. Hey, that's where you're wrong. How is this bargaining? Cheng Chumo spread out his hands in a manner similar to old Cheng's scoundrelly manner. We helped you collect these things, but we've all painted our faces. Look at yourself, you're still a gigolo. Shouldn't you compensate us? Yes, Fengzi. You can't be ungrateful. Zhang Sun hugged his hands and prepared to dawdle. Looking at the attitude of these ruffians, Zhang Feng was a little scared. He was not afraid that this guy would act shamelessly, but he was worried about the doomsday battery. After thinking about it, he had no choice but to compromise. All right, what do you want? Hee. Cheng Chumo, Du Go, and the others exchanged glances before looking at Zhang Feng with a sinister smile on their faces. Later, each of us will need 3 days. 3 times. Zhang Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Aren't you afraid of falling, you bastards? He said these words to scare these scoundrels. After all, who knew how much fuel it would take to ascend 9 times? Now that he had to modify the hot air balloon, how could he let these guys fool around? That's none of your business. Just tell me if you want me to ascend to the heavens or not. Cheng Chumo pointed his nose at Zhang Feng, as if he was certain that he would win. That's right. Do you want me to ascend to the heavens? Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go's stance was also full. All right. Help me pull the things back first. Zhang Feng chose to compromise and agreed repeatedly. He did not want to cause any trouble midway. As soon as he said that, Cheng Chumo's face immediately changed. The aggressive look disappeared and was replaced with a flattering look. It was a little disgusting. Don't worry, Fengzi. With us here, everything will be settled for you. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go. Come. Brothers, let's get to work. How could they not work after receiving benefits? They all understood this. Immediately, each of them grabbed a handful of coal. They did not care if it was black or not and led the way in front, saying that they would help Fengzi flatten the snow in front. Seeing the group leave, Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun also silently followed behind with silk, iron wire, and other tools. Along the way, with the 3 of them leading the way, the snow under their feet did not crunch as much. Occasionally, there would be a squeaking sound. Soon, the group returned to the laboratory. As soon as they returned, Cheng Chumo and the other 2 could not wait to throw the coal on the ground and stand aside with a look of disgust. It seemed that they were very unwilling to touch this thing. Tainyo, the 3 of you break all the coal. Zhang Feng glanced at Cheng Chumo and the others and said seriously, we still have to break all the coal? Cheng Chumo showed a troubled look. When he picked up these things just now, he was extremely unwilling. Now he had to break them? Nonsense. If we don't break them, how can we do the experiment? Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently. He originally wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, it was useless. Don't worry about it. Anyway, break all the coal. Unless you don't want to go to heaven? Want? Who said I don't want to? Cheng Chumo straightened his neck and said slyly, I didn't say I don't want to do it. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Sun and Du Go and put on the look of a big brother. Brothers, let's get to work. The 2 of them did not say anything. They squatted on the ground and randomly found a stick to hit the coal, trying to vent all their dissatisfaction on the coal. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction and turned his eyes to Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun. You 2 go and find me iron wire, copper wire. Anyway, as long as it's metal, bring me salt. Also, go and find 2 metal jars, one big and one small. The small one must be able to fit inside the big one. If you can't find it, go and find Algernon and ask him to make 2. Also, 2 metal rods as thick as a thumb, about 10 centimeters long. Chapter 18-19. Ma Zhou scratched his head. It seemed that he didn't remember much. Hao Chujun nodded. Since you remember it, go and find it. Bring it here in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I need it urgently. Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating for the 2 to leave. He was in a hurry to make the doomsday battery so that he could improve the hot air balloon. The 2 understood and walked out of the door. They were Zhang Feng's students. Naturally, they knew what their teacher was thinking. It was a critical moment now. They couldn't help their teacher at all. They were even a little hindrance. Thinking of this, they felt a little ashamed. The only thing they could do now was to follow their teacher's instructions meticulously. Seeing the 2's backs gradually disappear, Zhang Feng retracted his gaze. He took out a cigarette from his waist and put it in his mouth. He lit it up and slowly smoked. He couldn't help but think of the idea of the doomsday battery. Coal had a very low voltage, but if it was gathered more, the voltage would increase. It was similar to static electricity. With conductive materials such as copper wire, it was easy to draw out an electric current. With this electric current, it would be much easier to make hydrogen. When he thought that hydrogen could be made soon, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. When the hot air balloon was filled with hydrogen, it would be a real hot air balloon. It wouldn't need to rely on airflow or wind at all. It would be easy to carry people. Zhang Feng's mouth revealed a smug smile. It was as if he was celebrating for himself. Feng Zi, the coal has all been broken. What should we do now? Chang Chumo, who was squatting on the ground, looked up at Zhang Feng and asked. Zhang Feng took the cigarette but from the corner of his mouth and glanced at the coal on the ground. Not bad, all of them were thumb-sized. It should be useful. Find a coarse cloth and wrap the coal. Remember, don't let it come into contact with water. He had to instruct these things clearly. Otherwise, if they were careless and messed up, it would be a big loss. Okay. Zhang Sun smiled and took a piece of coarse cloth from the side to bandage the coal. Everything was almost ready. He only needed to wait for Ma Zhou and Hao Chujun's experimental materials. After about an incense stick's time, the 2 people, who were anxiously waiting, staggered back. They were still gasping for breath. It seemed that they were very tired. Come, sit down and take a rest. Zhang Feng greeted him with a face full of concern. Even though the experiment was important, he couldn't neglect people. And, teacher, I've brought it back. Ma Zhou took out a package from his arms and was about to hand it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took it and opened it in his hands. All kinds of metal equipment appeared in front of him. There were copper wires, iron wires, all kinds of iron awls, cotton cloth, Mitsubishi bayonets, iron blocks, and so on. In any case, there were all kinds of things that he could think of. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, where did you rob? Why did you bring this thing back? He glanced at the package and felt a little disdainful. Most of the things inside were useful, but there were many that were completely useless. He felt that these 2 had gone there to rob. But on second thought, with just them? Teacher, even if you give us the courage, we wouldn't dare. Hao Chujun sat on a stool with a bitter look on his face. This was all given to me by Algernon. Algernon? Zhang Feng frowned. I didn't ask for cotton cloth. Teacher, we listened to your orders and went to find Algernon. But when he heard, he gave us all these things. Hao Chujun felt wronged. It was as if Algernon had done something to him. Forget it. Forget it. It's better than nothing. Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't mind. Then he glanced at everyone. Come, let's start the experiment. Tainyo, pour the coal into the metal jar. Ma Zhou, fill it with salt water. Let's start immediately. Wait. Chang Chumo raised his right hand and stopped them. Tainyo, are you F*King itching for a beating? Zhang Feng glared at Chang Chumo. He was a little unhappy. The experiment was about to start, and this F*King bastard had come out to cause trouble. He shouldn't have brought him along. Feng, you can do the experiment. Can you let us go up to the sky? Chung Chumo said hopefully. He thought that he could go up to the sky after pulling the coal back. Who would have thought that he would have to do the experiment now? Although he had already gone up to the sky, he still couldn't forget that beautiful scene. Of course, that was only one of the reasons. Most importantly, he was a member of the Chung family and the son of Chung Yaojin. What kind of person was Chung Yaojin? The famous Lu Guogong. As the son of a Guogong, he should have been carrying this honor since he was young. However, which young man wasn't arrogant? How could he live under his father's shadow every day? He even had the thought of surpassing his father. However, his father's glory shone on him all the time. He couldn't keep his eyes open. Since he couldn't surpass him, he might as well be a salted fish. Wasn't his father known as the devil incarnate? Then he would be the biggest playboy in Chang'an. Just like that, he stayed in brothels and taverns every day. He was just short of getting 2 new kidneys, until Fengzi appeared and encouraged him to experiment with phosphate fertilizer and build a water wheel. Otherwise, he would be useless.